It looks like we're live on all 3 services right now, streaming to Twitch, Facebook, and to YouTube. That's kind of cool. All right, let me pull up the game here. See if that works. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Actually just testing this out to see if it works, because I'm multi-streaming for the first time. So cross your fingers. I think it's working, but I'm not sure. Let me go on my iPad, see if I can get that going. Took me to Twitch. All right. Man, I really don't know. Oh. Okay, well it shows. Yeah. It looks like it's streaming on my YouTube channel as well. Just not sure how to advertise and all that, so there's some things I need to work out. Hey, Madeline and Major Spartan, welcome, welcome. Yeah, just want to make sure that this is actually working, and I think it is, which is kind of cool. There's a bit of a delay, but yeah, I've got it on my iPad to the side here. Hey, yeah, you know, bit by bit, I want it to grow, but I just hope I'm not growing too fast. Gotta keep up with it. All right. Well, cool. I mean, this is, I think, a successful. I mean, we haven't checked Facebook yet, so I do need to run off, unless my wife can do it.
Check it.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you, sweetie. I got dinner. Oh, that's good stuff. Eric Prince, how's it going, bud? You made all the dogs in the neighborhood go start barking.
I didn't really get a notification, but you do have the post.
Cool. Yeah, it looks like it's going. Sweet. Thank you, babe.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how's it going? Rad Raven. All right, so as you can see, I just got some dinner, so I'm going to mostly chat and eat, if you don't mind. But yeah. Oh, time for a stretch already. Thank you so much, Heimstra. Good to see you, bud. All right, well, yep, there's my stretch. Oh, Caruso's here too. It's a party. Welcome, welcome. So, if you could do me a favor, in chat, if you could tell me how you are connecting, if it's through Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. If you could just let me know, that way I'll know what's working and how it's all going. Okay. Mostly Twitch, all right. All Twitch so far. All right. Oh yeah, there we go. I do have the YouTube channel. So they're supposed to integrate all of the chat as well. Maybe I need to get that fixed. It is bomb. You all should have someone in your household who cooks like my wife does. Yeah, looks like Ian is connected through YouTube. So that's good. Cool. Do you have any good restaurants near your shop there, dude? Because I think if there were, I'd be supporting them a little bit too much too. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, maybe next time I come out, we'll go grab some grub. If you can close up your shop for a few. Well, my sister-in-law, Inger's brother's wife, makes salsa, and it's really good salsa. And so my wife will make different meals with it. This one is eggs, salsa, avocado, or in a whole wheat tortilla. I think that's all there is in there. I might be wrong, but Mrs. Overton might be able to tell me. Sorry. I was actually just logging in to make sure everything works, but seeing as we're all here, welcome. I apologize for eating. It was just like everything happened all at once. So I'm glad you're here. Oh my, okay. So this is my hunter, and this is a character I originally created on the Silver Hand server 15 years ago or so. That account has since been hacked and deleted, and it was just a nightmare. And I played through all of the expansions except for the one that is coming out today. Shadowlands, I think it is. I'm not a big fan of the expansions past a certain point. I like the classic version of the game. So that's what I'm playing, World of Warcraft Classic. If you buy the game, if you own a copy of it, you can actually play the retail version or the classic version. You can alternate between the two. And so I could go over and play up to Battle for Azeroth. I think that was the most recent before today's. Excuse me. A heart on my face? Wow, that's just mean. No idea. So yeah, this is the game that I love. I've been playing this for ever. Hey Blue, welcome back. So there's a heart on my face. That's weird. Let me take a look here. And it doesn't show up on my version. Alright. Let me move where my face shows up. Oh, not that. You know, everything I'm reading is telling me that I should not put my face over here, mainly because that's on the Twitter feed. The number of viewers will cover me, and you know, not always the best thing. All right. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, I can only handle so many modes of communication at the same time, Yolfi. I apologize. Nice. Kind of cool. Maybe I want to have a heart over my face. Maybe, you know, it's a step in the right direction. All right. So last night I played my Warlock, and that was fun. I had a really good time with that. But I want to get back to this guy because I really want to level up this hunter. And I want to get him into a good guild. So that's going to take, you know, building up this level as quickly as I can. 60 is the max in vanilla. For those of you new to it, vanilla is like the original version of the game. WoW Classic. And the other version we call retail. So in retail, it went from 60 to 85 or 80, and then to 100, and now it's, thank you, Arab Prince. And now it's back down to 50, I think is the new max level. But that's in retail. In Classic, 60. And I'm hoping for the expansion, the Burning Crusade. That was the very first expansion for this game. And I think it was the best expansion, personally. But it was a good day today. It was a good day. I was able to multitask and get some stuff done. Oh, that was cool. Get some stuff done with my students and also do a little bit of research on how to multi. I'm heading over to a lake behind an Alliance base. And let's see, not far enough. So I have to be careful about how I approach. If I get too close to the building, there are some pretty tough alliance archers that'll pick me off pretty quick and easy. And if I get into combat with them, it flags me as PvP, which means any alliance can come by and see that a lowly level 28 hunter is flagged, and they'll just come over and nuke me. So the key is never be afraid of being yourself. That's good to know. Although sometimes I'd rather be frank. Can I be frank with you? Sorry. Not sorry. What the heck? Ammo. I don't have any ammo? Arg. That is a noob thing to do. Wow. I bought some new arrows. I didn't realize that I had leveled up to a point where I can get the new arrows. So now that I've got them, I should be doing well. They want to stress me out? Bye. Okay, so that building right up there is where I need to avoid, but the lake is behind. So I'm going to go around the building. Try and do so without grabbing too much attention. These guys aren't very hard, but, you know, I've got a mission. I've got a quest. Cool thing, right up over here to the right, there's a bear that spawns, a named bear, Ursanguis. And he's one of the 3 creatures that you can kill that will garner you or let you start a quest. So that's kind of cool. Alright, so I need to go kill these guys. I gotta get 12 of these befouled water elementals. And you can see level 23, really not going to be much of a challenge. It's the danger of being a completionist. You end up over leveling at a certain point. Oh, nice. Excellent. Yeah, I've got some pretty neat things listed. I'm still trying to get a couple of things. There's a hat that I want to get, but going through the process of creating the emblem and getting it all positioned right, it causes an error. So as of right now, I don't have it on there, but there will be more stuff coming. There's kind of a Letterman's jacket style jacket I want to get up there, mainly because I wouldn't mind having one like that. There's a bucket hat that Yolfi really wants. So hopefully in the next couple of days that'll get fixed so we can... Oh, I gotta feed my pet. What's up with that? Yeah, I think my family, my wife's family, they're all going to get gaming for old timer stuff. They're going to open it and go, what? What is this? Because, you know, I haven't seen them in literally months. So, yeah, they probably have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, I need to get the Tidris. I forgot about her. I should create my own commercial, right? So when we do an ad break, we'll just roll one of mine. I think my commercials would be epic. Yeah. What I think is going to be really cool is, you know, seeing so many people in the town where I live wearing the Gaming for Old Timers merch, seeing stickers, I think that's gonna be cool. By the way, the stickers look really cool. If you haven't seen them yet. All right. I think I've got to come down here and kill one of these guys. Yeah. Influencer. Can you imagine? Not with a cough like this. Sorry about that. Alright, so tell me I gotta go to this point right over here. Man. Well, I'm not much for salsa usually. I'm kind of a wimp when it comes to spicy foods. But this is so good. It just kind of messes with my throat. Alright, so maybe... Yeah. Don't know why it's telling me that the quest is right there, because normally Tidris spawns on this little island over here. And I think I have to do something in that little pavilion over there. So, I'll give it a check. So yeah, to answer, continue answering Crusoe's question. Yeah, I'm doing good. This is, last day of school tomorrow for 5 days. I love teaching, I love my kids, but I also like to have a day off or a weekend off. I enjoy my downtime. I'm getting a bunch of pages here. What do I need? Still don't have enough to make. All right. No big. Yeah, because Great Big Water Elemental will spawn right here. And you saw the quest said she's level 27. There we go. Telltales, The Walking Dead. Huh. I'll have to look that up. I've never heard of it. So I know my stream says that the announcement was I'm going to, game for an hour and then we're going to do a poll for which game. But I don't have that set yet. I was not even anticipating being on until 7. But I logged in and so did all the views. So I thought, all right, I guess I'm on. But I can live with that. So yeah, in a little bit I'll post the games that I've got. And I'm also taking suggestions for future games or future streams. So if I don't have the game that you're suggesting, I'll take a look at it. And if I think it's something that I might enjoy, then yeah, I'll look into it. But, there's always that chance that I'm not going to like the game that much. And, I apologize, but there are certain games I'm just not good at. And first-person shooters are the main ones that I struggle with the most. I was hoping that I was going to enjoy Outlast, because the premise is cool. The whole idea of going to an insane asylum and being trapped in there and having to find your way out, that sounds pretty cool. But it was the doing that was a bit rough for me. played it over 2 different sessions, 2 different streams, and that second stream I got stuck at a certain point in the game and couldn't progress. And honestly, I didn't enjoy it as much as I was hoping. It was just stressful. I don't know what it is about maybe just getting old. I wasn't enjoying it very much because my heart was racing and I knew that I was just playing poorly. There were certain parts of it that I couldn't get past. Yeah, Carissa, you probably would. So The Walking Dead from Telltale is a narrative-driven game that unfolds with your choices. Super simple game, just not easy with the ethical choices. Oh, nice. Okay, I gotta figure out what I need to do to spawn the Tidris. So give me a second here as I go through my quest log. Oh yeah, I have to go back and get one more of each of those. Which is too bad because I was there a long time. I died there once. Alright. Alright, where am I here? Come on. Huh. Alright, well I don't know why the Tidris didn't spawn. I thought I went to the right spot. It's alright. We got it done. I just don't like leaving a quest available. Maybe I'll take a look back down there again just to be on the safe side. Yeah, I'm actually a huge fan. I bought the Star Wars Squadrons game and sucked horribly. I'd like to say it's because I didn't have the right gear, but it probably is just the fact that I sucked horribly. But I don't have a joystick for it, and so I was trying to play it with just my keyboard and mouse, and it wasn't working. So there's something else I've got to do other than that. I mean, getting the joystick will help, I'm sure, but is that going to fix it? Is it going to make me a better player? Is it worth investing $90 or whatever in a good joystick to make it successful? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. Maybe Christmas. That's it. Christmas is coming up. Yeah, Old Republic is cool. I played that for a while, and that was I enjoyed that. There are some of the mechanics that were a little annoying for me, but by and large, it was, yes, an enjoyable game for sure. Ooh, a Silver Elite. I accidentally ran across. So Silver Elites, as you can see, they don't really pose a huge risk, except for my bear, apparently. But they're generally going to drop some better gear. Oh, he killed my pet. Oh, you better drop something good. I'm sorry, Paddington. And I got some mail gear. Pfft, lame. Not worth losing my pet. Alright, so I'm going to resurrect him and we'll get back to it. Yeah, I've got a controller for a Switch. I don't do consoles for the most part. But doesn't mean that I, won't try that. But I think I do better with a joystick than I would with a controller. I'm a PC gamer, and so as such, I have never done well with the game controllers at all. I was able to get one that was hardwired into my computer to play some Grand Theft Auto. Awful. awful. I just could not get the mechanics of it down. And, you know, if you grow up on the console and you're basically, you know, you grew up with that in your hand, it just feels natural, it makes sense to you. Oh yeah, I better feed my pet. He's a little upset that I let him die. Mike Walker just sent me a text. He's on my Facebook. He's a little bit older than I am, and it's like, are you still playing the game? So yeah, this technology, man. So yes, Mike Walker, if you're still listening or still watching, I'm still here. Let me shoot him a text real fast. That's a cool thing. I linked this up with my Facebook, and I haven't been on Facebook in forever. The last year or so has been pretty ugly, so I've just avoided it because I don't want to go there, you know. But I think if I don't know, if I have a chance to connect with people through this venue, it would be nice. It would be good. Is that Chunk 13? Welcome. So I'm killing bears that I don't really need to because it will help a spawn come around. So we're looking for Ursangus. Almost sounds Scottish, huh? Ursangus. So there are a couple things I need to do to keep Paddington happy. One is food. He's a bear. They eat. They like food. But also staying in combat. They like to be, you know, needed. They have to have a purpose. So if I'm just running around, not doing much, not getting involved in any combat, after a while he's going to get grumpy and his happiness will go down, which means he'll do less damage, all of that. Alright, still looking. The thing is, there's a pretty good path that this rare bear will walk, but we'll find him. Usually doesn't take long. And he does look different. He's, I think he's a little bit bigger, not much, and his coloring is different. Don't ask me which color because I'm colorblind, but you'll see. So it's kind of cool. This is the first time I've seen some of these places in their original condition in over a decade. When they released The Burning Crusade, they just added content, basically created a whole nother, you know, planet worth of you know, zones for us to hunt, and didn't really do a whole lot of change to the mainland, with some other, you know, minor upgrades here and there. One being flying. I don't even know if that was in The Burning Crusade, but it wasn't until I think it was Cataclysm that they released, and it was cataclysmic. It was a huge change. It damaged both of the continents in the old world, and yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that. Ni hao. So this zone right here, this continent is Kalimdor, and I spent a lot of my time here in the Barrens. And you can see there's still a lot of things I can do in the Barrens, but I'm branching out a bit. I want to explore some other areas. I haven't seen a whole lot of Ashenvale recently, so I've got some questing to do here, and it's beautiful. It's a good change of pace. The Barrens, after a while, you're like, ugh, it's barren. And I think there's a shortcut. Maybe it's up over here. But yeah, you can get to another zone through a tunnel over here. And I always forgot that it was here, and I always ended up taking the long path. But yeah, right through here is a a tunnel to another zone that I'd actually shown you guys. But there's some baddies in there too, which makes it fun. So anybody here in chat that has any experience with World of Warcraft? Because if not, I'm just going to start making stuff up, because, I mean, who's to know, right? So yeah, when I developed World of Warcraft in my basement, yeah, no. Ooh, hello. So, don't mess with this guy. He's 35, which isn't a huge difference in level, but he's also Gold Elite, which means he's pretty uber. And this little shield right here tells you, or tells me, that he is flagged as Alliance, which means if I were to attack him, I would be flagged for PvP. And player versus player, and I don't want to go there, because I'm only level 28, and it doesn't take long for someone much higher in level to stumble across me and kick my butt. There he is. Alright, see the difference? Here's a regular bear, and there's Ursangus. So maybe the size isn't much of a difference, but the coloring certainly is. So I'm just going to get into a position here without ads, because he's not that high in level, but I'd rather not have a bunch of additions. Yeah. That was the fun part of raising kids with WoW. My daughter never really got into it, and you know, that's okay. But definitely my son, for sure. Hello. Alright, so I'm seeing messages in my YouTube chat as well. They're supposed to come over here, I don't know why they're not. But John says, best YouTuber ever. Can you play puppet combo games in the future? Huh? Puppet combo games. I'm intrigued. I can't tell you that I know what a puppet combo game is. Oh. This time I got his paw. Reminds me of a joke. If you were involved with any of my plays, especially Trouble in Dustville, you'll know what joke I'm referring to. Sorry. But yeah, my son grew up watching me play. Not so much, you know, after the age of probably 12, maybe, but still, a lot of time was spent with him either sitting in my lap or standing right next to me or pulling up a chair and talking about World of Warcraft. Okay, so I don't want to go in there. So that's Astranear. That's how I'm pronouncing it. I don't know how it's really pronounced, but Astranear is an alliance city, or village, I guess. And again, we'll open fire immediately if I get into range. So I'm not going to go there. we're in fact going to go turn in a couple of quests at Splinter Tree and see if it opens up more stuff for us to do. Yay! I remember there was, I think, 4 friends and I that played EverQuest together. Daniel and, oh my God, Celise? Oh no, she's gonna kill me. I haven't spoken to her in forever, but if she's on Facebook watching me now, it's gonna be really bad. A guy named, his name wasn't Trace, but his character was named Trace. I'm trying to remember his name as well. And the guy who played Krildor, I can't remember his name off the top of my head either. But we all played EverQuest together. And when they announced this game, there was some skepticism. But I was excited because I was deeply in love with EverQuest. I spent way too much time on that game, but it has its issues. You know, the graphics were from the early 90s, mid 90s maybe, and it didn't progress very well. And so when they announced this, I thought, okay. So I went over and I checked out the video that introduced World of Warcraft to the wide audience. And you can watch that video now. It's a computer generated dwarf and a bear, a dwarf hunter, walking through the snow and the wind blowing his hair. And at the time, it was phenomenal. The graphics that they were able to put together for, you know, it was a cutscene in essence, but it was mind-blowing for those of us who were playing EverQuest, where everything was pixelated and blocky and awkward. But yeah, I was kind of hoping that the whole game would have those kinds of graphics. And yeah, these are kind of cheesy. But compared to what we were coming from, it was a world better, in my opinion. Some people still play EverQuest Classic, and they enjoy that. But yeah, I jumped as soon as I could. As soon as this game came out, I was in. And a couple of the folks came over with me, not to hang with me specifically, but just because they liked the game as well. Yeah, thank you very much, John. 100 subs. I was very, very fortunate. I did that was nice. I did a matching Monday, I guess 3 weeks ago now, and where every time someone would gift a sub, I would gift a sub. Well, I wasn't anticipating what was going to happen that night. A young man who was on here earlier, username is Arab Prince, one of my former students. Well, he's a business owner now, and he was overjoyed to come across what I was doing. And it's going to sound really self-centered, but he says that the only reason he's doing what he's doing now as a business owner was because of his interactions with me. So that was really cool to hear. But then he started gifting subs, and he started off with 5. I thought, oh, well, shoot, okay, I guess here we go. And so I matched him gifting 5 subs. By the end of the evening, between Arab Prince, myself, and one other guy, I ended up with 68 brand new subscriptions. It blew my mind. I was not prepared for that at all. And then he came on a week later, didn't match it exactly, but he certainly did donate some more subs. It's been wonderful. I'm just hoping that those folks were able to come back and enjoy the stream. But yeah, I was very overcome with joy. It was really nice to see him too. Real good kid. All right, I've got a question in over here. Okay, so if you know anything about old World of Warcraft, inventory management is the pits. I have to have a quiver, and that quiver has all these arrows. I can't put anything else in it. It takes up an entire bag slot. So if you play Legacy, if you know anything about World of Warcraft, losing a whole bag slot is awful. Absolutely awful. Not to complain, not to whine, not to make excuses, but ugh. I miss having space for my goods. All right, I'm going to clear up some space here. Ooh, I can sell that. Gotta save some foods here for my bear because obviously my bear gets upset once in a while because I let him die. But yeah, I've got some things I've got to keep, and you know what? I'm going to see what the innkeeper has for me. Maybe I can condense and just get one big stack of food. What do we got? Oh no, nothing. Nobody does food over here? What kind of village is this? Is there anyone down here? This is the same map that they use for pretty much every dungeon in the old world. Not everyone, but I think there are at least 4 that look exactly like this. If you were with me a few nights ago, I fought the boss down here and survived, but I ended up dying like 4 times just to get to that. So yeah, we're lucky tonight, folks. We have 2 moderators with us. Yolfi and Chunky. They're super cool, and they won't, boot you for being ugly. Lucky for Red Raven. All right, I'm gonna fly over to Zoramgar. Yeah, there's a quest I need to turn in there anyway. So yeah, the purists. Daniel was a really good friend of mine. Still is a good friend of mine. But he really did want to stick around with EverQuest. That was his game, and he was good. In fact, I stole some of his 2 of his character names in EverQuest. He played a character named Dunwindy and a character named Datawin. I stole those 2 character names from Daniel, and I used them in plays. I use those names for characters I play in World of Warcraft. It's just kind of as a little nod of appreciation for all the time I had a chance to spend with Daniel. Real good guy. Ended up, I talked him, well, I don't take all the blame, but I helped talk him into moving to California from, I think, Washington. And he lived in the Sacramento area for a good while. It was just not working for him. He did not like it, didn't know anybody, it wasn't working. Well, his family is actually from Alaska. So he moved back to Alaska. And he's not too far from his hometown of Yakutsk. He's actually got some native blood. Some, the group from that area. I can't remember the name of that group, but so he threw himself into the language and really has blossomed there. He's enjoying it, and I wish him the best. I also wish he would join me in World of Warcraft, but whatevs. Someday, maybe. We'll see. So I mentioned earlier that I want to get into a guild with this guy. But where is it? There it is. I have the name of a guild that I would like to start. I bought the charter for it. I've got one signature for it, but I'd really love to have an old timers guild on the server. And when I went to go buy the charter for this, just old timers was taken, so I had to make it the old timers. So yeah, once I get 9 more signatures, because you have to have 10 to make this happen, then yeah, we'll have our own guild. We can raid, we can do all kinds of fun stuff. But yeah, I'd like to get to a higher level and get that going. But I'd also love to help level up some other people who might be interested in joining World of Warcraft. Just keep in mind, it's addicting. At least it is for me. I don't know. Some people can probably log on and do their thing and, hey, that was cool, and then move on. But yeah, I'm going on 15 years. All right. I guess there's only one dude that sells stuff over here. Do you sell anything? No, no, no. Huh. I was hoping to buy some foods for my bear, but I guess I can do some cod. Let's try it. We'll buy some, and oh, got some in my bear. All right. Of course he likes fish. Okay. I should have known better. I'm going to sell all the rest of this and just get a bunch of fish. See? Condensing. Just going to cost me a little bit of money. All right. Create the shortcut. Boom. Okay. I do have a quest that I almost finished. And I don't know why I ran away without having finished it. Probably because I was upset that I died. I think I died once and almost died a second time. And I did the escort quest to get out of it, and I thought I was done. But no, I still had 2 mobs left to kill. 2. So, yep. Paddington's here. He's a happy camper. Yeah, Paddington is the result of a group naming session. I like to give my pets unique names, as unique as possible. And so the deal was, at the end of the evening, if you're still with me, we're gonna give my pet a name. And yeah. We went from a lion named Jude Paw, which is great. I thought that was just a classic name, to a bear, of course, named Paddington. Paddington's pretty cool. But the lion was good because he does damage per second. He's a high DPS pet. And that's the kind of pet you want if you are a hunter like me, but you like to tank. Let the mobs come and attack you, and let the pet just do all kinds of damage while you absorb the damage. I'm not that kind of hunter though. What I'll generally do is I'll target a mob and I'll send my pet in first. Let him get and hold aggro so that the whatever mob I'm fighting stays on the bear, and I can sit in the back and hit it with arrows. Makes things a lot simpler. Gets complicated though when I've got all of my gear and my talents set for that kind of setup, but if all of a sudden I'm in melee with the mob, I'm at a disadvantage because I'm much better with the bow, because I'm I'm not that kind of hunter. There are 3 different fields you can focus on. Ooh, I've got a talent point. Beast Mastery, and that's where I throw my points because I want my beast to be the one holding all the aggro. Marksmanship and Survival. Survivalists generally rely on traps and things like that. Not me. Alright, where do I want to put my point? There we go. So Ferocity increased the critical strike chance of my pet. Boom. Yeah. The more damage my pet can do, the more quickly we can finish. Alright. So I need one of these and one of the other dudes, and that's it. So sad. Oh, I need 2 shaman. Sorry. Ah, see that? Nice. Getting critical hits is nice. So I'm getting all of these pages, and it's also kind of the bane of Ashen Vale. The quest requires that you gather so many pages, but it's not like you get one page and that's the only time you ever get that page. I've gotten, multiple copies of these pages, and they just take up space. I can sell them. Why is my pet not getting aggro? So what I've been doing is selling them on the auction house, but getting them there is kind of a pain. It just takes up all of my inventory. Okay, am I done? Between a rock and a thistle. Okay, good. All right. That's for all of you Matthew McConaughey fans, like Ian. So I'm wondering, I'd like to, get another bear and name him and go through that process. It's fun. The only problem is I have to level him up. Paddington is still behind, and I'm over halfway through my level, and he's still a full level back. So if I were to, go get a new pet, and getting a new pet means I have to go tame a bear, which is a process where I let the bear attack me while I'm charming him. And so I have to do that against a bear that's lower level than I am. Otherwise, he'll kick my butt. So yeah, it's a process, and it would set me back. All right. There's Heimstra. So good to see you, my friend, my son, my dude, whatever. Oh, Lord. My guy. Oh, love it. So, Heimstra, how did you get notified? Was it through Facebook? Email? Smoke signals? How did you know I was on? I'm asking because I've got to figure out how successful each of these different types of streams are. Whether, is Facebook getting anyone to come in? I think Mike Walker was one. All right. And so, good. That tells me that the YouTube link is a good one. So I'm going to stick with that one for sure. Yeah, if I can get the chat to migrate over, and that'll be my next step. And for those of you who are tuning in through Facebook or through YouTube, I'm checking in as much as I can. But between the game and the Twitch chat, it's a bit of a challenge. I'm going to get better at it. But if I can get them all on the same page, that would be really, really good. So I guess you're not working tonight, huh? Yeah, I guess Monday night restaurant business is probably not horribly busy, especially in the age of COVID. Oof, homework. Honestly, I do not miss those days at all. Ooh, King of the Foul Wheel. Yes. Okay, so now we get to play a game of King of the Hill. And I mentioned this when I first when I first took on the Thistlebore. I showed you guys the little mound there with the flag sticking in it. So yeah, that's what I'm going to go do. I'm going to hold that hill. It's a tiny little hill, but I'm going to hold it until the king spawns and comes out and confronts me. Then I'll kick his butt. Hopefully. The hard part is I do end up in a lot of melee there just because of the way it's laid out. But if I can get my pet in there quickly enough, I might be okay. Yeah. When I got my teaching degree, I was still in the throes of gaming. I was finishing EverQuest and transitioning into World of Warcraft as I was getting my English degree and thereafter my teaching credential. Needless to say, I would have been a much better student if I hadn't been playing games so much. It was bad. I relied very strongly on my ability to BS and to write creative stories rather than essays. But yeah, the whole idea of having to do homework instead of play a game, just ugh, do not miss that at all. Yeah, they later turned this whole area right in here into a pretty intense quest for the Horde side. But you see, he's going in there to do something for the Alliance side. Can't remember what it was. I don't play too many Alliance characters. They're stinky. I'm joking, no. I don't know. Early on, the group that decided to go to Warcraft instead of EverQuest, we decided that we wanted to be the bad guys. And at the time, the Horde, they were a bunch of monsters, right? Orcs and goblins, and goblins weren't really part of it, but trolls, undead. So we're like, oh yeah, we were tired at that point of playing the uppity ups, and didn't realize that there really isn't a good side or a bad side. But once I started down that path for the Horde, I never really looked back. Hey, thanks for joining me tonight, Rad Raven. I appreciate you hanging out. Be good. So yeah, I've played a few Alliance characters. I really do like the Night Elf starting zone, which looks a lot like this city here, Astronoyar. That's a Night Elf village. And so yeah, this is just a guard hanging out there. If I were to get to the edge of the river over here, I'd be in range, and it would automatically flag me as PvP. And that's a flight path right there. So any Alliance who flies in would see a lowly orc level 28, who is flagged for PvP, and I would be toast very quickly. So, not for me. At least not yet. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I have meetings online, and when I do have one of those meetings, I've got to make sure I'm looking very nice. Most of the time I can wear my high school issued 3-button polo shirt. They're easy, they're comfortable, but they're not exactly fancy. I also wear my sweatshirt, probably a little bit too often, but it's so cozy. Dude, right? And the cool thing is I get to buy my own gear at cost, right? I don't know what that cost is yet, but I do know that. Why am I not on the road? Okay, it's coming. Yeah, so when if you guys go check out the merch list, the prices are high. I'm not gonna lie. There's a little sliver of that comes my way. So I'm not gonna push it way hard and try to get everyone to buy the gear, but it does look pretty cool. There's as soon as I can get that jacket on there, I don't even know how much it is yet. It won't tell me the price until I've got it listed. But I definitely want to get that jacket. And Yolfi wants a bucket hat. And there are also some other, dad style hats that I want to get up there. But I was in the process of creating these new items for the store, and it would say, "Oh, sorry, we can't do that right now." Okay, so I went back and started over, tried it again, same message. I thought, all right, well, maybe they just can't do that hat. So I tried a different hat, same message. Tried the jacket, same message. I thought, well, I tried the mouse pad. Mouse pad works. All right. So we got that. All right. The next exit over. We're going to the exit 42A to find the foul-wheeled camp with the mound on it. But yeah, as soon as I can get all that stuff, I will be repping the Gaming for Old Timers gear. Oh, you know what? There's the mound over there. But I can get to it a little bit more easily up here without having all the traffic. So we'll take exit 42B rather than 42A. There is a mask on there, and it's way too expensive. Absolutely way too expensive. But it's a Gaming for Old Timers mask with the little dragon icon and everything. I think it's cool, but yeah, way overpriced. Yep, the beanie is one of those hats I was trying to make, and it's giving me the message, but there are two different types. The type with a little ball on top, and the other that's just real standard beanie. I'm going to try and get both of those on there, because yeah, I think it'd be cool as well. All right. Hey, we get to do some combat. We haven't done that in a while. Woohoo! Yeah, Madeline, I think I remember seeing your profile pic, and I believe you're wearing a beanie in your profile pic. And I'm not stalking you, I promise. That sounds so wrong. Ooh. All right. Wool cloth is good. So this is the hill. Rah. I gotta hold it after I plant the flag here. Yeah, I wear beanies as well. I'm a big fan of beanies. It's hard to tell that I'm bald when I'm wearing a beanie. Plus, my bald head gets very, very cold. So when my wife and I go on a walk, definitely wearing a beanie. Okay, I think we can go ahead and plant this totem. This is going to challenge him. Now it's going to bring a bunch of other dudes, not really him yet, but as soon as they come in, and they come in from different places too, which is confusing. Three of them, holy cow. All right, using my heal pot already. That is not a good sign. What the heck? All right, so this next time through, I am going to, after I die, doggone it. All right, I gotta use my traps. Doggone it. So yeah, if you're new to this channel, this is not a new occurrence. I might as well call it dying for old timers. No, that would be really, really inappropriate. But yeah, it's a thing. In fact, I think it was last Monday. That was the deal. For every time a character of mine would die, I would donate a sub. So yeah, I donated 4 subs that night. Oh well, it is what it is, right? But I've got a good trap that I can use that will take out one of them. And I think what I did, I made a mistake there. I left one of the nearby guys just hanging out there. He added. So that I need to fix that. So I think I can take 2, but 3, too much. So I'll be better. I'll clear everything out. If you buy everything, Caruso, I might just start hitting you up to borrow money because you're very, very rich. Woohoo! 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 It's funny when if you ever get a chance to watch World of Warcraft PvP, you can go to any of the WoW streamers and the ones who are doing the PvP. If they're playing a rogue, I swear they're hopped up on something. They are leaping and spinning and doing all kinds of things that honestly would be very bad for any human being to actually do. But yeesh, yeah. I have a rogue, but I don't play a rogue. It's not my strength. Okay. Did my pet die? No. Good job, Paddington. Coming through. All right. Bandage up a little bit. All right. I think I can start clearing these guys out. Yeah. I don't know what it is. My pet is just not holding aggro. That's not good. Let me take a look here real fast. Okay, he doesn't have Growl yet, that's why. Alright, I need to get that. So Growl is the pet version of Taunt. So yeah, there's two over here. No wonder I got myself killed. Oh, thank you, Caruso. I was doing that same thing during class today. I was doing my own posture checks because I realized I was like, it's hard when you're sitting at a computer all day, working on a computer and playing on a computer. Okay, we ready to try this again? I'm going to place a trap right here. Oh no! I don't have the banner. Do I have to go get it again? Holy cow, I haven't done this in so long. This is no task for a single hunter. Yeah, you're right. Huh. Am I just not seeing it? Because I thought it was right here. Well, this is lame. If I'm going to have to go all the way back there to get another... Yeah. Do I even want to do that? That's lame sauce. Sorry about my dog. If someone closes a car door within a square mile of our house, she loses her mind. It's horrible. All right. Well then, what am I going to do? Hey, Yolfi, are you on by any chance? Because I think now would be a good time to hold a poll and see what game we're going to play. She probably ate and just fell right to sleep. She's a college student, so, you know, that's what college students do. They eat, sleep, and write essays. And binge watch Netflix. That's basically it. Not bad if you take out the essay part. Alright, I guess she's not on. Alright, well, we can do this as an informal poll, I guess. I hope you understand her, Caruso, because I don't speak that language. I have no idea what that is. Ah, well, there you go. Okay. Oh, you know what? Did I already do that? Yeah, I already did that. Arg. Because there are some fun quests up here. I feel like I've done them all. I've got to finish this one. I really want to get done, but I'm stuck on I have to get a blunderbuss, which is crafted by an engineer. So they're very rarely up for sale on the auction house. But I need to get one somehow because I'll end up with these boots, and they're pretty epic. So comparing them, actually I can just do it this way. Wait, hold on. Where are my boots? Here we go. No, that would bring that up. Okay, so the boots I currently have are 3 agility, 1 stamina. These boots are 8 agility, 6 stamina. So agility will affect my damage as an archer, or as a hunter, and stamina affects my health. So those are the 2 vital statistics for a hunter right there. Gretchen. I thought it was Broomhilda. Are we settling on Gretchen? Okay, I'm going to fly out of here because I've got nothing left at this point. Where do I want to go? Oh, Dustwallow Marsh. We haven't done that. And Thousand Needles is not too long from now. We'll get there. Broomhilda the Third. Oh, I love it. Pardon me, I'm going to take a bite of my dinner. I forgot that I have it. So we're going to be passing by the orc home city of Orgrimmar. Cue fantastic music at this point. Something driven by the bass drum, I think would be good. So that's the side entrance. Over here to the left is the main entrance. Way back in the distance there. So it's a good sized city. We're going to fly right through the crossroads. And if you know anything about World of Warcraft, the crossroads is iconic. It's the favorite place for the Alliance to come and pick on the younger Horde characters. They kill our guards, they kill our quest givers, so we're left with nothing to do because the Alliance are jerks. Yeah, not all of you. That's actually one of the really fun aspects of the game. You know, flying through as a level 60, and I've got my good gear, I've got a pretty good character, and I'll get a message in chat there that says the crossroads is under attack. It doesn't say by who or where, but you just know Alliance scum, right? So I will land and try to find the perpetrator. Well, if it's a rogue doing the attacks, they can come in stealthily, assassinate, and then go stealth immediate again, and we'll never see him. The good thing, though, is a hunter has this spell right here, Hunter's Mark. And so if I see a rogue and I cast that on him before he goes back into stealth mode, it keeps him from going stealth. And that allows everyone else to see him and get him. Very difficult to do because rogues have some amazing skills and abilities that allow them to stealth, do some major damage with a backstab or a garrote or any of their assassinate skills, and then boom, go right back into stealth mode. And it's awe-inspiring. If you watch a good rogue do his work or her work, oh my God, it's impressive. Now, the downside is rogues generally don't have the highest health, but they've got some good evasive abilities. And if you get into a face-to-face fight with them, you try to get your distance. As a hunter, that's prime. But there is only one class really that the rogue fears, and that's the hunter, and it's mainly because of Hunter's Mark. Plus, we can do some melee, not very much, but the pet. If we have a good pet that's focused on damage, like a lion or a hyena or spider even, a spider would be good because it poisons, and when you're poisoned, you can't go stealth either, as that damage over time keeps you from being able to go stealth. So a lot of tools that the hunter has, including traps, but I generally don't fare well against rogues in PvP. It's just not my thing. I wish it was. I wish I was better at it. Ian and I tried. I think we spent about 6 months just as a level 19 character. Each of us. He played a rogue and I played a hunter at level 19. Mainly because it's broken up into tiers. So level 10 to 19, they all fight in one battleground. And then level 20 to 29 have their own battleground. That way you don't have a bunch of 60s just wiping everybody out. What Ian and I would do is we'd get a couple of characters to level 19, get them the best gear possible. And we would use my level 60 to go out and, either buy or craft or, whatever it took to get this gear for each of our characters. And I had another character that was an enchanter. So the enchanter would make sure that for Ian, his rogue had the best enchantments. And that was the difficult part because the enchantments for a rogue in PvP are hard to come by. The big one is, at least it was, Crusader. What it does is it occasionally does just a crap ton of damage. It's just a random thing as you're attacking. But with a fast weapon like a dagger that a rogue uses, the chances of it going off, proccing, are much higher. So between that one and I'm trying to remember the name of the other one. It's been years. Yeah, I can't remember. But there's also plus agilities enchantments. So Ian, when he would go into PvP, I mean, he is decked out. His character is ready to rock and roll. For my character, because I couldn't enchant my own character's gear, I just had to rely on the gear itself. There's nothing to gear but gear itself. Is that how that goes? No? Something like that. Alright, so I'm making my way up to a zone that will be new to us. Right up here, we got a number of quests to undertake. And I'm trying to remember the details. Again, this is a zone that's a little bit different now. What do I need to, oh yeah, I need to kill the deer in here. I was wondering why there were so many of these little icons on my map. That's what that means. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get one just for giggles. So, while I know quite a bit about the game, I'm not an expert at all. In fact, the areas that I know best are really low in level compared to what some of the other players would be able to tell you. If you go to watch, especially any of the streamers who are doing the retail version, you know, with all of the expansions and all of that, they're going to have a different take, mostly on what's called min-maxing, where you do everything possible to get the absolute most out of all of your gear, to do the most damage, to the most healing, the most, you know, tanking, whatever it is, but to be the absolute best. And it's admirable. It's just not my thing. I would, I wish I had the knowledge that they do to get to that point. But they know exactly what piece of gear drops in a specific dungeon, what the chances of that drop are, all kinds of minutia that is, again, admirable, but not mine. That's not my thing. I have to get 20 more eyes. That's about as far as I'm going to get in the fine details. This guy just wants to skin. Yeah. Yeah. As a hunter, normally I'm a skinner, because a skinner combined with leatherworking, you can make some really nice gear. This time, though, I'm equipping this guy with more, well, he's going to be an axe bearer. He's going to, because all the way through this next expansion, the Burning Crusade, he can use, I think he can dual wield axes, one-handed axes. And there are some beautiful axes that are just perfect for hunters. And I want to be able to craft them. They're only available through crafting. So right now I'm a blacksmith and a miner. So there's my smelting ability. So whatever I mine, I have to take it to a furnace and smelt it into bars. And then I use those bars and some other materials to craft items. And I haven't been focusing on it because it's the least interesting part of streaming. So I don't want to stream me going from one mining node to another and then hammering at an anvil. Not exactly exciting. Plus, I mean, I can't die doing that. Where's the fun in that? But that's also, you know, part of the slow grind of this game. It's one thing to just try to get to level 60, but you add in the trade skills, and all of a sudden it becomes a very rich game. The amount of things to undertake it's sometimes overwhelming. I was telling Chad a couple of nights ago that, you know, I haven't been bored since I was a teenager because of this game. There we go. My bet finally reached 28. Yay! Happy birthday, Paddington. But yeah, every time I log in, there's a new little thing that I want to accomplish. You know, for today, I wanted to get that King of the Hill done, but yeah, I'm gonna wait on that one. Yeah. All right. But 3,300. Okay. Makes me wonder how high in level the mobs are going to be. I think I'll be all right. I hope I'll be all right. All right, so there are a number of different types of creatures here. The slimes are a pain. I don't need them, I don't think. Yep, I do. Alright. But not all of the slimes. Some slimes are, that's right, some of them drop what I need and other slimes do not. So, I'll just kill them all. Yep, someone 4 miles away sneezed. There goes my dog. Ah, Lord. So there's a sprite, a sprite darter. It's a little mini dragon that's real colorful. Will be flying through here. I do need to kill him for a quest. I know. Seems a shame to kill something like that, but it's a necessary evil. Alright, so I'm going to do some mining. I just got through telling you about how boring it is. But just want to show you what it's like. You know, I would bring the dog in here. Her name is Bubbles, by the way. But yeah, no, not going to happen. She's not big, but she's big for trying to get in here and on camera. If it were a cat, no problem. But yeah, and she'll eat my food. I still have my burrito here to finish off, and I mean literally, she will, if there's food within reach, even if it's in your hand, she will make a move for it. We could feed her 5 times a day, and she would still beg and steal every piece of food that is within range. It's insane. And she definitely has an iron metabolism. You know, dogs aren't supposed to eat chocolate, right? Well, I guess it was Valentine's Day, I bought my wife some chocolates, some See's candy, right? Well, we left to go do something, and we left the full 1-pound box on the table. Bubbles found a way to get up onto that table and grab this box of chocolates and ate the whole thing. Did not faze her at all. She ate it and acted like nothing was wrong whatsoever. So when we came back, like 20 minutes, half an hour later, we see, you know, the box obviously destroyed and some wrappers lying around. And she was like, yeah, whatever. Can I have some food? Yeah. So that dog drives me nuts. She's a very loving dog. I don't want to say that she's got anger issues or anything like that, because she doesn't. She's getting up there. She's 9.5, 10 now. Alright, I do need to kill 4 of those dudes, or dudettes. Oh yeah, they run. But not very far. Maybe I'll find a picture of her to share. If I can do that. I don't know. Yeah, she was actually one of a pair. There was a litter that was born, and one of my former, I don't think she was one of my students, but she was a student at the high school, and we were friends on Facebook or something like that. And she shared that her dog had puppies. and asked if anyone wanted some, and my kids have been bugging me for a dog forever. And so I thought, oh, this will be great. This will keep the kids happy. They'll love having a dog. It will actually, give me some credit with the kids if I allow them to get a dog. So we drove from our house in Ventura all the way out to Santa Paula, up above Santa Paula on the way to Ojai. And this mutt gave birth to more than four, a whole bunch of puppies, but there were four that she was giving away, and we picked two of them. My daughter named hers Bubbles because she was 8 or 7 at the time. My son, who was 12 at the time, named his Artemis. He was into mythology and things like that at the point. So, yeah, the names of the animals definitely fit the kids that owned them. So, after a while, it turned out that it was not going well. The animals were out of control, and because they were sisters, and if you get sisters from the same litter, apparently that's a big no-no. Well, I didn't know that. And they were absolutely bonkers, just sprinting round and round the backyard nonstop, and chewing on stuff, barking. We got trainers to come out. We took the dogs to the trainers. We did everything we could to get them to be like regular dogs, and it was just not happening. And the kids, unfortunately, were just hold on a second, I got a whole party again because that's what I do. Get my pet involved. There we go. And so, after a while, I was done. I was so fed up with the dogs that I told the kids if they don't fix things and start taking care of the dogs, I'm going to get rid of them. I mean, I was done. And things didn't really change fast enough for me, so I advertised on Facebook, hey, anyone want a dog? I've got 2 of them I'm ready to give away right now. Well, the kids lost their minds. Both of them were really upset about that, and understandably so, but I had just reached the end of my patience with the dogs. And I'm a pretty patient guy. But a student of mine sent me a message saying, yeah, I'll take one. Aw. Tell Annie Annie. Don't tell her I called her Annie. Tell Anna I said I'm sorry. I hope she can get things figured out soon. But so this student of mine from Fillmore came and picked up a dog, and she wanted Artemis. She did not want Bubbles. So I've often wondered if, now that we're in Fillmore as well, how Artemis is doing and whether or not they would remember each other. I'm sure they would, but it's been 7 years, 6 years. It's been a long time. Does your sister call you bro? Or is it, I know it's just a phrase that people use, but bro, don't call me Annie. God, you're ruining my life. Oh, Lord. We could start our own little, I don't know, soap opera. all the different personalities and the drama. Oh, what'd you remember? Trying to remember what we were talking about. Oh, high school. Aha! That's right. Yeah, I was supposed to remind you to remind me about stories from high school. Yes. There we go. All right. I do need some whiskers. Oh man, I'm running out of... Arg. All right. What can I get rid of here? We don't need the boot. All right. All right. So, I had a really weird high school experience. In many ways, it was wonderful. In fact, I probably had a much better high school experience than most people. I really enjoyed myself. I had some great friends, some of whom I still keep in contact with. That's also where I kind of turned my life around because things were not going well for me in high school, and was not doing well academically. I think I told you the story about my high school counselor telling me I was not going to, go to college, so I shouldn't even think about that. Yeah, I'm a teacher now, you jerk. Anyway, so it was rough because I was definitely a misfit for this place. I grew up in the Central Valley of California, and it was a very broad range of character types that lived in the Central Valley. And then when I moved up to this place in Calaveras County, Northern California, I found that broad range was no longer very broad at all. It was actually a very narrow range of personality types, and that I did not fit into that narrow range. I was long-haired. I had, ripped jeans. I was part of that Van Halen, Night Ranger, that group. Rush. These were the bands I listened to, and they're the ones who kind of influenced my fashion sense. And the people up in that part of Northern California, that was not their scene at all. They were very much about agriculture and about farming and about rodeos, and that's all cool because that's an important part of our society. But that unfortunately was the only part of the society. No, not the only, but the major part of that society. And so it took a long time for the groups there to kind of move past the facade of who I was. But it also took me kind of adapting as well. I couldn't say that, I convinced everyone to be metalheads, because there were a few metalheads there, but we were a very small group and kind of picked on. When I say that, I mean literally. I don't know if it was my first day or my first week, but early on there at this high school, I was walking from one area of the campus to the other. I can't remember why. It was probably for lunch or something. And I ended up walking through this parking lot. And, it's a parking lot. I didn't think anything of it. It's a parking lot at school. Well, I was a freshman, and I didn't realize I was walking through the senior parking lot, because the seniors had their own lot. Teachers couldn't park there because they had their own lot, and juniors, I don't think they could drive to school back in that time. So, as I'm walking through this forbidden zone, I get approached from behind by this cowboy, and he says a couple things to me. I don't even remember what it was. It was very rude. But as I turned to face him, he reached up and grabbed the earring that I had dangling from my ear. It was a dangly earring. I mean, literally, it was a salamander on a little chain. I don't even know why I wore that. I thought it was cool, but all right, that quest is done. But basically, ripped part of the ear right there, and it's still kind of you see there's a crease there now. But yeah, it was a really unfortunate event, and scarred me a little bit. It made me a much more antisocial person, that's for sure, because I didn't know who was going to, attack me for whatever reason. But it didn't take me long. I found my peeps. I was already, involved in theater to a little bit of a degree. I did some community theater. I had done some stuff at the junior high before I went to high school. So I liked drama, and that was already a part of who I was. But it wasn't until I joined the drama club, that class, that group at the high school, that I really, discovered the joy of theater. And I met the most amazing group. This group was diverse and incredibly weird in all the right ways. It was just a wonderful time. Where's my pet? Didn't realize he was in combat. Sorry, I get so caught up in what I'm doing. So I wound up auditioning for a play that I really had no business auditioning for, but I wanted to give it a try. I wanted to see if I can break into this group, and this is before I knew anyone there, right? This is me, discovering this circle. But it was for a play that I only knew of because of the movie, and that movie was Grease. And so I thought, all right, I'm going to try it. Now, again, I didn't really know anybody, maybe in passing, but no best friends or anything. There's that sprite dragon, or the Fey dragon. And so I auditioned, and luckily my mom is a very talented musician. She helped me prepare a song for this audition for Grease, and she worked me through all of the different changes I needed to make to the song and all of that, and she made sure that I was ready. And so I ended up getting Danny Zuko. I was cast as the lead, and that surprised the hell out of me, mainly because there was a guy that auditioned for that role. Now, I'd seen him the year before. He played the lead in Guys and Dolls, and he was phenomenal. His name was Mike. And he was just he had the long, dark, curly hair. I mean, he looked the part. I was shocked when he did not get the role because he auditioned for it. But turns out that I think Mr. Kelly, our drama teacher, wanted him for a different role because Mike played the guitar. He's a very talented musician. And so I think the character's name was Duty. He ended up playing that role, and he was super cool about it. He was I was expecting him to be really upset that I got the role and he did not. So I was very thankful about that, because I was shocked. I didn't think I had a chance. I saw him audition, I saw him sing, I saw him move and do all of the things, and I thought, well, there goes any chance of me getting that role. So I'm thinking, maybe Kaneki, maybe one of the other dudes. But to get Danny Zuko blew my mind. And there were some upset people in drama club. I'm a new guy, and the new guy doesn't come in and get the lead, right? Ah, come on, pet. And so, let me take these out real fast. It didn't last long. The cast was upset about this. They ended up being, relatively chill with the whole thing. But that ended up being just a remarkable chain of events that began because of that. Ended up in a relationship with a member of the cast. She was phenomenal, and she was instrumental in me getting my act together as a student because I was failing everything. And you know that that's hard to do, right? I was doing it quite well, failing everything. But yeah, she pretty much said, now if we're going to be together, you are not going to fail. And so with her encouragement, I did what I already knew I was capable of doing. I was just in a real bad head spot when I went to that high school. But I got my act together, and yeah, she was a major part of that. I have no room. All right, we'll get rid of that. But yeah, so it's always fun to explain to my drama kids that, yeah, your slightly overweight, balding, weird-looking drama teacher played Danny Zuko in Grease, and then I'll show them pictures. I wasn't an ugly dude back in high school. It's actually kind of cool. Oh, hello, Mr. Dragon. You're upset that I killed your brother? What? But it was a pivotal point in my self-esteem because, there was nothing going right for me until Greece. And then all of a sudden I was with this great group of people, very supportive, and things turned around. And from that point forward, I knew that theater was going to be my life. I had already kind of set that up for myself. I knew I wanted that, but now I knew I could. And so I just stopped all the other distractions, the things that were keeping me from being successful, and gave myself permission to be successful in theater. And it's been great ever since. I've been blessed with the number of opportunities I've had both in theater and in Hollywood. And now as a teacher. I mean, it's the trifecta, really. So, big high school moment for me. But I've also had some horribly embarrassing moments. Because what is high school without something horribly embarrassing happening, right? Hold on a sec. I have to organize my thoughts because I've got so many of them. Oh, man. All right. So, there was this girl, Michelle. And I thought she was cute. I think she had a thing for me. But nothing ever really came of it. We were just really flirtatious, right? But again, nothing really happened. But, we call each other names and, throw things at each other, but in a playful manner. And at one point, we kind of had a thing going where if we saw the other person without, the other one knowing it, we'd sneak up from behind and jab them in the ribs. And just do a little, not a full-on credit card, but just enough to give them a shock, right? And so I saw her in the hallway. This is during lunch, and so the hallways were really packed. And I thought, all right, that was my chance, because she had got me, and she was like one up on me at that point. I thought, I got to get back at her. And so as she's walking away, I creep up behind her. And do I still need him? Yes, I need one more. All right. I sneak up on her and jab her in the ribs. And she turns around And I realized, to my horror, it's not Michelle. Michelle had this, really thick, very curly red hair. And this girl had the same hair, but it wasn't Michelle. Turns out she was the foreign exchange student she had only been there at our high school for like a month. And some weirdo with long hair and a dangly earring came up and jabbed her in the ribs. I don't even remember what I said. It was more of kind of a, I was horrified. I could not believe that I'd done that. And yeah, she was not happy. I don't think she said anything. I don't know if it was a language issue, but I just remember that look of absolute disdain on her face. Like, who the hell are you and why are you doing this to me? Not quite to the point of, are all Americans like this? But yeah, I guess I almost started an international incident. Good times. Good times. Yeah. Every once in a while you do something you think you're going to be funny and it just, falls flat. That was me. I am full again. All right. I give up. I don't need fine sand. Ha! I hope I didn't need that. It was probably for a quest or something. Yeah, it would have told me. Trying to think of other stories. All right, so this one's not embarrassing, it's more tragic. And tragic is in the, oh man, I can't believe that happened. Not like someone died, right? But just I was not going to go to my senior ball. Just was not going to happen. My family was not in a financial position where I could do things like that. And it kind of got to the point where I had to decide between senior ball, the senior trip, or yearbook. And while the other two looked like they would be a lot of fun, I knew that they would be fleeting moments. So I chose the yearbook. So I wasn't going to go, and I was satisfied with that. I'm like, all right, that's okay. I can live with that. My friends were a little upset because, we were a group. We wanted to do our stuff together. But, hey, it is what it is. And so about a day or two, maybe 3 days before the actual dance, this girl asked me if I wanted to go to the dance with her. And it caught me off guard. And I didn't know how to respond because I was embarrassed. I didn't really want to say, I'm sorry, I can't afford it. Who wants to admit that, right? And so I ended up going to the dance. I went to the senior ball with her. And she really wasn't my type. And I don't think I was her type. I think she just wanted to go to the dance. And cool. So we went. And I didn't drive. I didn't have a car. Again, my family, we were just not in a financial position to do things like this. So she had to come pick me up. Yeah. Oh yeah. Getting the ladies. So she came to pick me up. And we took pictures, did the whole garter thing, and, tried to keep it as typical as possible. Well, the thing is, she had just gotten broken up with like a week or two before the dance. So she was absolutely destroyed. And I wasn't putting two and two together. I was a stupid high schooler. I didn't really understand the whole idea of a rebound. But that's what I was. I was the I'm going to forget him by going out with this other guy, or I'm going to make the man I love jealous by being with this other guy. I was that person, right? So we're at the dance, and we're kind of hanging with my friends. I don't think she had any friends there. And all of a sudden, her ex-boyfriend, as of a week ago, comes in, and he's with another girl. The reason he broke up with her. Well, she loses it. Absolutely loses it, and runs out screaming. Now, she's my ride. And it wasn't like in Fillmore where I can just, walk 4 blocks and I'm home. I was in the mountains. And this is in the winter. So I guess it wasn't senior ball, it was winter ball, whatever. But it was the big dance that takes place in the winter. But it was snowing. And I know this is going to sound like that grandfather walking uphill both ways in the snow bit. This is why I remembered this. I had to walk home because, of course, all of my friends were like, "Oh yeah, no, we're together. We're gonna go. There's just no room. Sorry." I had to walk home in the snow in the mountains at night. Now, if you've never walked in the mountains at night, you don't know what dark is. Dark is it's a special kind of scary in the mountains, especially in the snow. Now, if you've ever done this or had a chance to just be at peace with the environment when you're out in the snow, and it's just so quiet. You can hear everything, but there's no sound to be made. Everything is just covered in snow, and it's just peaceful. Well, I was hearing everything. I mean, it was right on the highway. Highway 4 goes all the way up from Meadowmont Springs. I think that was the name of the place. Meadowmont. It was a golf club in the town was called Arnold. And so I left there. Woohoo! 29. Thank you. I'm not going to get up in the middle of my story. Sorry, but this is a good place to. There we go. That's good. So I was able to leave the golf club where the dance was, and 20 yards I'm on the freeway, and I start walking up the mountain from there to my house, and it was probably 7 miles, 6 miles. Doesn't seem like a long way until you're actually doing it. And so I'm making my way up. Now, granted, I'm wearing a tuxedo with tuxedo pants, tuxedo shoes, no jacket, just a tuxedo jacket, right? And it's snowing. And those shoes have no traction whatsoever. So I'm kind of doing the duck waddle up the hill to make sure that I don't slip going back down again. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. I remember my hands, my feet being so cold and wet and numb by the time I got home. Nobody stopped to pick me up. I think there were maybe 3 cars that drove past me. It was snowing. Just a god-awful experience. And I was angry at her for a long time, and wrongfully so. I can see why people would think I should have been mad at her, but she was dealing with some stuff, and I had to get away from the idea that this was about me when it had nothing to do with me. I was just kind of I don't know, collateral damage, I guess. But all right, where am I turning this in? I've got a whole bunch of other quests here. All right. Oh, that's all the way down the hill. Ugh. All right. I can do it. Just more running. But yeah, I don't know, she actually friended me on Facebook. She could actually be watching this video right now. So I'm not going to say her name because I don't want to embarrass her. But yeah, that's it was traumatic, to say the least, especially seeing her at school the next week, because I know she was horrified, horribly embarrassed by the whole thing. But as high schoolers, when you're in that situation, you don't necessarily go out of your way to talk to the other person about a situation like that. So yeah, she avoided me, and I kind of avoided her too. But yeah, it was bad. Another embarrassing story, and this one involves another person who's probably, or possibly, not probably, possibly watching on Facebook. She would laugh at it, but I'm not going to name her. But she and I were dating at the time, and this is during Greece. And, I'm a high schooler. I am head over heels. I am just everything about her, right? And so every chance we got, we tried to spend that time together. And we ended up spending a lot of time kissing during that time together. We were high schoolers. This is what high schoolers do, right? So there was a pretty good sized gap where neither one of us needed to be on stage during one of our performances. She was a pretty large sized role. I was, Danny Zuko. But there was some time, and we thought, okay, where can we go just so we can, kiss a little bit? And so we found this spot between, it's hard to explain, but we had, imagine an old movie theater, single theater, not a multiplex, right? One big old theater with a dance floor and a stage and a movie screen, right? The set for Grease was on the dance floor. And we didn't use the stage because it was so far away from the audience. But the audience was huge. Like 400 people, 450 people. Just a massive auditorium. But they were too far away from the stage for a regular stage play. So we reserved the movie curtain for the scene at the drive-in. Well, my girlfriend and I forgot that scene was coming up. So we tried to find a place to go make out, and it just so happened that there was a really private spot between the two sets of curtains on the stage. No one's gonna know, right? Well, the scene, now it can't be that one because Danny Zuko's in that scene at the drive-in. So I can't remember what the situation was, but for whatever reason, the curtain started to part and we were not prepared for it, and we both sprinted in opposite direction. Well, the audience got enough of a view to see that someone was dashing out of view, and they laughed. They didn't realize that it was something real was going on, and I don't remember if Mr. Kelly, our drama teacher, ever caught wind of the fact of what we were doing. But she and I knew, and it was both funny and mortifying at the same time. Because I think either her parents were there or my parents were there. It's just one of those, oh God, horrible, horrible situations. But wonderfully funny 30 years later. Yeah, holy crap, 32 years later. There was some scandal, though. Again, this group of friends, we were such a tight group. And sometimes the group would morph a little bit, where these two became a couple, so they're no longer spending as much time with us, and then they'd come back, and then somebody else would find a girlfriend or a boyfriend in another group, and they'd drift away. But the group as a core, we were the drama nerds. We loved each other, right? We were there for each other. And so we were doing a play called You the Jury. Oh, this is going to clear up some inventory space. Sorry. And it was one of those plays. Ooh. All right. Didn't realize I only had canvas shoulder pads on. So, yeah, not great stats for a hunter, but not bad. I'll take them. And so this play was kind of an audience participation play, right? We had to practice with two different endings because the audience had to decide whether or not the person in this courtroom drama was guilty. And so, yeah, we put a lot of work into this and great cast, some wonderful moments of goofiness. One of the actresses in there, one of my favorite people, during practice, she said, I can't remember what it was, but the judge says, blah, 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 or something. I can't remember what it was, but it became kind of a thing. Every time we saw her, we said that. It was, I'm sure it got annoying after a while, but it was hilarious. But on closing night, which is a typical night for practical jokes, well, some of the cast members, and I was not a part of this. I want to make that clear now because I also had to make sure Mr. Kelly knew this in high school. But some of the cast members, rather than putting water in the pitchers on the prosecutor's table and the defense table, they put pitchers of vodka. And, you know, throughout the play, we're sipping the vodka. And by the end of the play, at least 3 of the actors was slurring their speech a little bit too much. Well, Mr. Kelly was wondering what was going on and why everyone was going out of their way to go get a glass of water at one of the tables. And so he found out. And it was huge. It was a big deal. There was some people who got in trouble. And one of the guys, he was 2 years older than I was. And I kind of idolized him a little bit. He had a Mustang. I wanted a Mustang. I love Mustangs. I don't know, he was just a cool but awkward guy. And he was able to make awkward cool and in kind of like a David Byrne kind of way from the Talking Heads. So yeah, for me, he was the guy. I wanted to be like him. But he did some pretty shady stuff. It was his, I don't know if it was his idea, but he was one of the primaries involved in the vodka gate at You the Jury. But he also did some other things. In fact, and this is probably the worst thing I ever got caught doing. I got arrested in high school. I'll say that again for those of you in the back row who may not be paying attention. I got arrested in high school. Do you want to hear the story? Yeah, I was a bad boy. Notify the authorities and the press. But John, I didn't want to say his name, but I just did. Well, John, it's a pretty neutral name. Everyone's named John. But he had a habit of... Madeline just heard. Yep, I got arrested. John had a habit of stealing signs, road signs, banners from the fronts of buildings, stop signs. His bedroom, every square inch of his bedroom was covered in signs that he had stolen. You know, bored. We lived up in the mountains. There was nothing to do. And so that's kind of what he did. He and a couple of friends of his did to bring some excitement into their lives. And so one night, John was driving because he had the Mustang and a great stereo system, which really, really was nice. And 2 of my other really good friends, the 4 of us went from the town where our high school was to Sonora, which is another town in that area, but it's slightly larger. They had a movie theater because we didn't have one. So we had to go watch, if we were going to watch a movie, we had to go to Sonora. And I think we went to go see Breakfast Club because that came out when I was in high school. I think that was the movie we were seeing that night. And as we're, driving home at the end of the movie, we're high schoolers. We've got energy. We want to go do things. It's only like 10 o'clock. And, Sonora's starting to roll up the sidewalks because everything's done. And we're like, we're not done. We want to do stuff. And so John says, well, hey, you guys want to find a sign? And so we're driving around Sonora looking for a sign to steal. And we're, not seeing anything that's just jumping out at us until we drove past a jewelry store. Now, this jewelry store was part of a 2-story building, right? And there was a balcony going around it with a handrail, right? And on this balcony handrail was a sign for the jewelry business downstairs that said, going out of business. Well, it was massive. John had to have that banner, no matter what. So we decided we're going to do it. So we park a little bit ways away. We didn't want to park exactly where we were going to be committing the crime, just in case. But we parked close enough that we could run to it if we needed to. So we park, we make our way to the jewelry store, and we realize, okay, there are 2 stairways going up to this balcony, one on either side of the building. So John went up there with one of the other guys, and me and my friend, I don't want to name his name, but his name is Mike, we stood guard on the bottom at the base of the stairs looking for cars, and we're going to call up to them when a car is coming. Well, I hear them arguing up there. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Well, neither of them had a knife. Neither of them had scissors. John had nail clippers. And so he's trying to clip through the fasteners on this huge banner that was attached to like 20 different places along this balcony. And so the other friend he's starting to lose his patience with this, and John's like, no, we can do it. And so I look to the left, and sure enough, a car comes. I'm like, car! And so they duck down behind the balcony, or down behind the banner on the balcony, so they can't be seen from the street. And the car slows as it drives past us. And we're like, okay, what's going on? And then it just drives away. Like, oh, false alarm. Good, all right. Maybe they're, I don't know, eating something, or they spilled something, I don't know. So they continue, clipping all of the fasteners on this banner. And they get about halfway done, which means that half of the banner is still attached to the balcony, and the other half is now lying on the sidewalk a full floor down. It was that big of a banner. And you couldn't hide it. You couldn't pretend that there was a banner half falling off of a building. Well, for whatever reason, someone who lived across the street happened to see 4 high schoolers scurrying around this building doing something. All they knew was that there were 4 people scurrying around a jewelry store. So these 2 guys come out of the building, and one of them, I remember wearing those, a little bit too tight or too high riding runner's shorts and no shirt, and just stacked, right? He was a big dude, and he's walking right towards us, and there's no hiding it. He sees us, we see him, we're doomed. And he's walking towards my side. And so I tell the guys, and I book it around. Well, the other guy that was with him cut us off, because behind the jewelry store where we ran to get away from them is a great big wall, and just an alleyway. There wasn't even an alleyway, it was a walkway, maybe 6 feet wide. So I backing away from the one guy. The other three are backing away from the other guy. We're getting squished in the middle behind this jewelry store, and I'm thinking, we're dead. That's it. We are dead. And so they start barking at us. What are you doing at the jewelry store? Are you trying to break in? What are you trying to do? You can't do that. And all the while, they're just like, getting pumped up like they're getting ready to throw with us. And I'm like, And so John and one of the other guys book it. They find a way to get past the guys, and they're gone. And I wasn't thinking. I was the only athlete in the group. I played soccer. I was in shape. I was fast. And I was one of the two guys who did not run. And so these two are like, oh, okay, so it's the two of you. All right, and they start getting closer. And Mike and I were like, Well, just then, we see a flashlight beam on the far side. The same guy, the big buff guy, so it was behind him. And I'm thinking, oh God, they brought somebody with them. And so, sorry, I had to do something there real fast. Next thing you know, a police officer pokes his head in and says, hey, what's going on back here? And I could not be more relieved to have seen a police officer at that point. And so the two guys explain what they saw, and the officer pulls us aside and he says, so you were trying to steal this? Uh-huh. You know that's an expensive banner, right? Uh-huh. Well, that's grand theft, right? What? Yeah, you have the right to remain silent. And he puts us both in cuffs. So I've got my hands behind my back in cuffs on the curb in Sonora at like 11 o'clock at night. Mike and John, the two guys with the car, are gone, right? So he reads us our rights, talks to the other guys, and eventually it comes out that, okay, these two guys thought it was worse than it was. Well, it turns out that car that slowed down was an off-duty cop. And he saw the shadows of people around the building and called it in. Thank God. So eventually this officer said, okay, yeah, I'm going to write you guys up. I'm not going to take you in this time, but do you have a ride home? And sure enough, at that point, the Mustang is driving slowly by. I'm yep, there's my ride right there. And I wave to them, and they're like, and they pull over. Luckily, well, they got in trouble too, unfortunately. The bad part about this whole thing was I was, 17. I graduated from high school at the age of 17, so I was still a minor. John, he was 18. I think he was almost 19 at that point. He was the only one of the four that was of adult age. So he got arrested, spent the night in jail. So the other Mike had to drive the Mustang home and drop us all off because we all lived at different levels up the mountain. But I remember I had this ticket. I was given a yellow ticket that was basically a summons to court. And I got home and I'm shaking because I'm worried about what mom's going to think. And, I put it on my nightstand and try to sleep. And eventually I fall asleep. Well, at some point my mom came in to see what was going on and saw that yellow slip of paper, checked it out, saw that I had been arrested. And it didn't list the why. It didn't say what happened that, I was being arrested for, but just that I had been arrested that night. So she was massively disappointed. I finally roll out of bed 9, 10 o'clock the next morning, and she's in the kitchen, and she just gives me the mom look. So, what happened? And I am scared out of my mind. I am totally ashamed. And I say to my mom, Mom, I got arrested last night. I was doing something horribly stupid. Me and my friends, we tried to steal this banner off the front of a jewelry store and we got caught. My mom started laughing. She thought it was the funniest, stupidest thing on earth to be arrested for. She was disappointed. And she was upset that we had to go to court and pay a small fine. and I was on probation for 3 months, but it was never something that was hung over my head as being, you're this criminal son who's embarrassing the whole family. No, I was just the stupid kid who got caught trying to steal a banner off the front of a jewelry store. Yeah. So that was one of the lowest points of my high school career, but still kind of funny. Ooh, okay. I get to go back to Orgrimmar. Whoop, whoop. All right. I'm working on level 30 now. I've been bouncing around between some characters, and I'm having a hard time keeping track of, did I get the skills or the spells for this character? Because every even level you get new abilities or skills or spells. I think I got him at level 28, but we'll check while we're in Orgrimmar. Why not? So yeah, the big city I showed you as we were flying by, that's where we're going right now. It's the Orc home city. And I remember the first time I saw the Orc home city, other than the videos that you would see on YouTube back in the day. But to actually see it and walk into it that first time was pretty awe-inspiring. And I know that it seems kind of weird to say that, because nowadays it's kind of like, oh yeah, whatever. For the time and for the technology that was available, it was absolutely awe-inspiring. That this entire city had been constructed from nothing, and there were characters to interact with, and then some of them sent you on a quest, and some of them wanted to sell you stuff, and there was an economy. There was so much semi-realism in this silly cartoony game. But yeah, walking through those gates right over there, it was just kind of like walking into a cathedral. It was amazing. 14 years later on, I was like, oh yeah, going to Orgrimmar. Whatevs. And for me, this is the least confusing of the Horde cities. There's this one, there's Thunder Bluff for the Tauren, and Undercity for the Undead. The Trolls did not have really a home turf until later, and even that wasn't a home city. It was kind of like a training ground that they established. But the Trolls and the Orcs were so closely aligned for a long time that they shared the same home world, or home city, in Orgrimmar. Okay, where am I going for this quest? Okay, good. I'm going in the right direction. It's always good to check to see what other quests are out there. Huh. Rig Wars, okay. Alright. Yeah, cool. It's already open now, but when they used to release patches of this game, and they would add new content without it being a full expansion, just new elements. And I know that they had been working on them, and they just didn't release them all at the same time. And so Encourage is a zone in the desert, way down the southern part of the continent. And to open up the gates to Encourage was a huge event. It was the first time that they had found a way to have the Horde and the Alliance work together, but still kind of competing against each other to accomplish a task. Is it up here? It's hard to tell by the map. But you had to do some pretty crazy things to actually get bone merchant. What do you know? Can I get an upgrade? No, not yet. Oh, hey, look at that. An upgrade. I should probably check the auction house first for a magical bow, because as you can tell, mine's weak. It's a basic bow. But to open the gates to Encourage, you had to do a lot of gathering missions. And so some of those quests are still lingering. To gather wool, to gather silk. There were different ores, like iron ore and tin, that you had to gather. And it was painful because that was stuff that you would normally use to, craft things yourself. But now you're giving it up for the greater good, so that the Horde would be able to open up the gates. And it was a huge event. And it was so huge that it crashed a lot of the servers. Now imagine, I think at that point there were 10 or 12 servers, and all of them had just about every member of that server in one zone at the same time to witness the gates opening. And so 75% of the people that were there, like myself, saw a sea of people and instantly got disconnected. I never saw the opening. I was there. I was in the general vicinity. I was a part of all of that. I helped, but I didn't get to watch it. All right. Come to a similar conclusion about these insects. They seem to be a larger threat than we assumed. So I have to deliver Belgram's sealed note to Mokhtar Kryn in the Thousand Needles. Good. We like Thousand Needles. That'll be fun. Okay, so right up over here is the hunter trainer. So I'm going to go check real fast. I just want to make sure I've done all of the things that I can for both me and my pet. Yeah, it's so weird. I had to relearn certain parts of the city here because it's different now in retail. This isn't there now. All right, nothing there, nothing there. But yeah, I get to move up to mail armor, which is a pretty big jump as far as protection's concerned. But that's not until level 40. I think also, let me see if I can do this here. Maybe not. Trying to see if there's a dual wield skill available here, but I don't see it. Alright, so my skills and spells are caught up. I want to check in with the pet trainer. I really wish my pet would learn to growl. Oh yeah. Rank 4. Where is ranks 1, 2, and 3? Should he know those? Maybe he's just not high enough in level. Huh. I am going to have to look into that. It's probably something really lame on my part that, oh yeah, I should do that, huh? Huh. Alright. I'm not even using the most recent serpent sting. No wonder it was taking so long for some of those fights. Alright. Oh my god. You guys are free to make fun of me as much as you want at any time. These are rookie mistakes. Got rank 2. I have rank 4. This is embarrassing. Oh my god. All of these upgraded skills and I was not using them. Do I have that in rank 3 at least? No. Oh my god. This is so bad. Alright, well, it's good news is that next time I go out and fight, I'm going to be super badass. Oh, Lord. Alright. Frost Trapper, I knew. Yeah, I need to get that in there. All right. I think the rest of these are good. All right, thank the Lord. Man. Okay, so you can see here I've got 3.87 gold. To learn to ride will cost me 18. Not bad. I'm getting there. But to buy a mount, 72 gold. So yeah, I need 90 gold. 90. I've got less than 4. So maybe old Can should take up a second career. Maybe he'll take up streaming. Yeah. Guaranteed income, right? Oh, Lord. Your friend is going to buy things? Really? That's kind of cool. Thank you very much. So who's your friend? Oh, friends. Holy cow. That's cool that you've got more than one friend. So happy for you, Caruso. He's never going to come back again. Oh my goodness. Oh. All right. Well, I think we should pick a new game. This was a lot of fun. But let's mix things up a little bit here. So, I'm going to go through my list of games just so you'll have a sense of something, so that, you know, maybe as a community we can hold a little vote here. All right, I have ready to play right now. Torchlight 2. I don't think we talked about that one. Torchlight 2. I also have... Hold on a second here. Let me minimize that. I have... Raid Shadow Legends. And... yeah, those are the ones on my desktop. Alright, my folder of games. I have Among Us. What else is there? Among Us, Baldur's Gate 3, Craftopia, football. It says FB Project, but it stands for Bigfoot Project. Grand Theft Auto 5. Ooh, we were talking about poker last time. I think Madeline was really anxious for me to play some poker or slots. So I've got those two. League of Legends, and I'm trash at that, just so you know. Minecraft, Red Dead Redemption 2, Star Wars Squadrons, I hate to even mention that one, Henry Stickmin, and Tinkertown, which is kind of a, I don't know, I'm not going to recommend it because it's pretty basic. So what do you think? You guys want to hold an informal vote here? Which one would you like? Well, looks like we have 6. Is Madeline still here? And Madeline, you can, go flick Anna behind the ears again, because she loves that. Well then, maybe we don't. All right. Well, that's cool. Well, I need to eat anyway. It's a little bit earlier than I was thinking I was going to sign off, but yeah, I should eat. Maybe I'll come back in a little while. You don't want to sit there and watch me eat. That's kind of weird, don't you think? I know it's some kind of fetish for some people, but that's creepy. Well, you know how it is. They probably logged in, got caught up in something else, and they might come back. Nice. I want to be famous. Should I gift him a sub? Oh, wow. He was probably adding to my viewer count, though. Maybe I shouldn't ban him. Maybe if I get a whole bunch of those guys, I can get my viewer count up to 75 so I can become a partner. Oh, this is so good. Yes, I will be. Sorry. Probably not on Thanksgiving Day, obviously, but Wednesday and Friday, and then the weekend, yeah. I'm not sure what times yet. I'll stick to my schedule as it is right now, except for the Thursday. But I'm sure I'll have to add Wednesday and Friday because I'm not currently scheduled. So, yeah, if there's a question about it, just check with my stream schedule as we get to the next 24 hours or so. I'll get that updated. But yeah, maybe by then I can get Yolfi set up, or she can get my game list set up so that we can do a proper poll to figure out, just to do a real vote. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be one of those things I'll have to figure out myself. She's been great, but she's also been like up to here with stuff. So, hey, how's it going, Doc? Welcome back. I just logged off of Warcraft. I only died once, too. But turns out, I went to go speak to a trainer, and I thought, well, got all my skills. Why am I not doing so well? And I compared what I had in my spell book to what I actually had in my hotkeys. I wasn't using the highest level of the available spells. So, yeah, I'm going to be totally uber now. How you been? It's been a while. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Between my hunter here, and I love an orc hunter, but I also love the where is he? Yeah, orc warlock is such a great combo as well. They have that natural toughness, and yeah. This guy right here is quickly becoming my second favorite character. He was my auction house dude. So, but he's got some, he's a tailor, he's an enchanter. So those two combined with him being a warlock, he's in pretty good shape. Yeah, I like pet classes, just as a rule. When the mage got the water elemental, I was all about that. But then I realized it's more of just like an extra little DPS. But yeah, wasn't as big a deal. Yeah, I'm sure he's never heard that before. But as you can see here, I am definitely ADHD when it comes to picking a class and sticking with it. Typically I'll take the hunter to 60, and he'll be happy up there, and the rest will straggle along. I'll get some 40s and 50s, but I'll have my 60 alone up there for a good chunk of time. But yeah, looking forward to getting to Burning Crusade and all the wonderful upgrades that go with that. And hopefully it's going to be a long time before the next expansion release. But yeah, I've got 2 warriors. This guy right here, and you probably know him. His name is No Magics because he has no magic gear. So everything he wears and uses is either white or gray. And so yeah, he's kind of paper thin. He gets his butt kicked. But it's a fun challenge to go out and try to complete quests that he'll get experience for. He's 19 now, and those quests are really hard to come by. Yeah, the shaman, again, orc. In vanilla, I really, really wanted to like that class. In fact, it was the very first character I made. The very first can was an orc shaman. And I got to a certain point where it was just not working. I was dying all the time. I couldn't complete the quest to get one of my totems. It was miserable, so I deleted him. And I don't do that typically. I will not delete a character. I'll just roll a new one. But I wanted the name for sure. So I deleted Can and rolled up a new Can, and he was a hunter. And I took him and played him forever. Caruso, by the time you're done with us, you are going to be an expert. You're going to be able to give lectures on the World of Warcraft. You're going to know the lore. You're going to know all the class race combinations, the weaknesses, and how to min-max, all of that. You're going to be an expert. Yeah. That's why I made my mage here. I know I probably should have made him undead because of all of the horde races available in vanilla. They're probably the most likely. But I'm not a huge fan of the undead. I've got a priest who's undead, and he's fun. But yeah, I like trolls. Trolls and orcs are they're a lot of fun. But yeah, I'd heard that they were OP, and I played a little bit of mage in vanilla when it first came out, but I always drifted back to the hunter. So I never really got to experience how OP they really were. So we'll see. I'm going to see if I can get this guy up there, but I'm also enjoying Snossage, my rogue. I never thought I would enjoy playing a rogue, but yeah, he's actually kind of fun. Yeah. Yeah, orcs are just great. Getting that enrage ability, and they get the bonus for axes, right? So as a warrior, and as a shaman, that's definitely a big plus. And for hunters in vanilla, we get to use axes, and we actually get to equip them and use them, and benefit from the stats, which is really nice. Well, on this account, I was telling the group earlier, let me log out here because this is the highest on the vanilla, the classic. But let me log out here and show you on retail. Ooh, I hope it doesn't have to patch. Yeah, because today they released the expansion. Did you buy the expansion, by the way? And if so, are you enjoying it? I'm going to try and get this set up to show the new WoW, the retail. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've got over a gigabyte of of downloads to do. I don't even own Shadowlands, but apparently the patch is that big. So what is the major thing you're waiting for? What's the hang up, man? Yeah, those are two really important pieces. But you get good ones and you're going to be in good shape. It's just expensive. All right, let me share this. It's not showing. Arg. Technology. I might have to exit out to bring it back up again. But yeah, once they did all the reformatting of all the character levels because of the expansion, my Hunter is down to 45. I've got a 45, a 40, a 37, a 35, and so on, all the way down to my level 6. But that's on the Silverhand server. Let's see, I also have a... Why have I been disconnected? Yep. I've got a bunch of characters on other servers, but yeah. Well, that's good because it really took me off guard. I was not prepared to see all of my powerful characters now just in shambles. But I didn't log in. I didn't really check it out. So yeah, it's having issues. Burning Crusade, far and away. That was the expansion that really kind of kept the, at least for me, the world normal, I guess. I'm gonna try and fix this here. All right, but yeah, it was a great expansion, and there were some really cool elements to it, and they didn't mess with the old world a whole lot, and that was a big deal for me. But as soon as they got to, Cataclysm, and they messed up the barons and all of that, I was not happy. So I didn't spend a whole lot of time back in the old world for a long time. So every time I'd roll a new character, I'd have to go, oh, this, I forgot. Doggone it. Can't do the same quests I like, all of that. Yeah, Wrath was good. Unfortunately, that's also kind of that point where I drifted apart from the game a bit. I was hit really hard with school and work, and the PvP part of the game that they were really pushing. I mean, that whole zone there was all PvP. You fly over it, and all of a sudden you're involved. It was bad for me because that's not my game. Yeah, to me, it went from the strict role-playing game to go out and do quests and defeat monsters and that part of it. I know the PvP was there, but for me it was all about the questing. And with Lich King, I think the devs made it clear that they're really going to push this PvP aspect of it. And I know that was because of the user base. That's what they wanted, and so I can't blame them. But it's just not my game. It's not how I play. I tried. I was just never really good at it. There we go. He's huge. Yeah. Yeah, the dungeon crawl for me is great. Especially if you can get into a good group. When they started doing the raid finder, and you end up in a group, maybe you're like the fifth person to join this pre-made group, and they're just a team, and it works really well, and they don't mind you sticking with them for a number of different runs of the same dungeon or bouncing around. I love that part of that. Especially if they're not rushing. Well, it's like you get in that group and they're like, okay, we've got 7 minutes. We're going to do Wailing Caverns and get it done in 6.5. Go. And next thing you know, you're overwhelmed with what's going on. And then they get pissed when you don't do something that they were expecting you to do. So, yeah. But yeah, I do like the old school dungeons, and the Burning Crusade released some really fun dungeons. I really enjoyed those. I'm trying to think of any of the exceptions. Maybe the ones, I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but Area 51, those were tricky. But they weren't bad. They were tricky. And my goal, I really do want to get a guild either started or get involved with a good guild of people who are, just a good group of people, mature, obviously, and are not in it for the min-max. And that's kind of it's a fine line. You want to have a good character, you want to do the best you can, you want to do a lot of damage or a lot of healing. But I don't want to sacrifice the fun part and do spreadsheets and have to do all of this research on Wowhead to find the perfect piece of gear at the it takes the fun out of the game. I like going to a specific dungeon hoping I'm going to get a specific piece, but I don't like it to be the one reason I'm going. You know, I want that to be a part of it. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's hardcore. Oh, man. That sucks. Yeah, I was part of a couple of really good guilds. One of them, interestingly enough, was called Discord, and this was a guild on Silver Hand. Um, Probably a couple of years after the game launched, and I was with them for a while, and they were just getting to the point of being a big guild, where they would do raids every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And there were certain expectations of all members no matter what, and if you weren't raiding at least once a week with the group, then you were kind of ostracized, and that was me. Unfortunately, as a at that point I was a new dad. I was a student in college, an old student in college, but I had to refocus my life once the kids were coming along. And unfortunately, I kind of fell by the wayside, which is too bad because, I don't think I ever would have become that hardcore raider, but I would have liked to have been part of that culture, just to, meet up with the gang, go out and do a raid for 3 or 4 hours and celebrate a victory or, lick the wounds, but do it as a group, as a party. As long as I'd been involved in WoW, I never had that feeling, unfortunately. But now that the kids are older, one's out of the house. He's been gone for 2 years now. My daughter, as soon as she's able to, will be leaving for college. Just be my wife and and I don't have to go to school anymore except as a teacher. So 3:35, I'm done. That means I can log in and raid. I really want to get back into that. But I don't want to do it in the... Thank you, Caruso. I don't want to do it in that, hardcore raid or die. If you don't have the best gear, I don't want to even say your name. I'm obviously going to be coming up from behind here with very little on my character. To get back just to get into that kind of shape, so to speak, for sure. Oof. Yeah. So how, just for my own edification, how often do you play? Are you a nightly, every other day? 2 hours every other day, only on the weekends? Or is it when the wife is out of town? Because I try to log in every day if I can. If if I'm caught up on my grades, I've gotten everything done that I can. I've washed the dishes. I've made sure that all of the household stuff is as good as it can get. I'll try to set aside some time. But my life is getting full, and I'm really enjoying streaming. A lot more than I thought I would. As a teacher, especially a drama teacher, I kind of thrive on that interaction with people. And for 9 months, I've done very, very little interaction. But then 2 months ago, I discovered this and thought I'm going to give it a shot. And yeah, all of a sudden, I'm talking for 6 hours a day. It's crazy. Yeah, 3 to 5 hours a day. Wow. Okay, so it's been a while. Well, I'm hoping that that gets taken care of soon. Because It's hard. It's hard to be away from something that you enjoy. You know, especially, I mean, it'd be one thing if I just couldn't play the game, but to not have a PC at all, it's only so many things you can do on a tablet or a laptop. You know, I could play Candy Crush. Woohoo! Oh Lord. Yeah. No, I do find ways to play my games. Between this and Raid Shadow Legends and Home Escapes, and that's the one I play on my my phone and my iPad. Oh, okay. Well, that's not too far away. Christmas is coming up, and yeah. Yeah, I mean, literally, December's 8 days from now, right? We can do that. Yeah, my wife and I took on a couple of little extra pay assignments over the last couple months. You know, just joining a committee, excuse me. But, you know, finding little ways to make just a little extra money. For my wife, it's for Christmas, and for me, it's this. Finding, you know, I just invested a little bit in the Streamlabs Prime. I did a 1 month subscription because I don't know what it's going to be like. I'm not sure if it's going to be good, but it allowed me to stream to my my Facebook page and my YouTube channel and Twitch all at the same time, and so I'm drawing from a wider audience, which is it's huge. And I bought 1 month rather than the full year package because I wasn't sure. But I'm hoping that it continues. Oh, thank you very much, Madeline. Yeah, I like it too. I like. Oh, I wanted to move me, not that. Hold on. There we go. I like the whole, you know, World of Warcraft feel of it. You know, I'm old school. I grew up with Dungeons and Dragons and The Hobbit, and I don't know. Just the whole idea of swords and sorcery is just fascinating to me. Gotcha. All right. Well, you know, this is me sending out some good voodoo magic so that money comes your way and that things will turn around. Get that driver's license thing taken care of. Get your SSD and your 3D card. Well, luckily, you know, with AMD and NVIDIA dropping these huge cards, it killed the prices for some pretty good cards. And like you said, WoW can play on almost trash. My old Alienware, the one I just upgraded from, had a 1080. Does that sound right? 1060. I think it was the 1060 from GeForce, and it played WoW great. I mean, it revved up. You could hear the mice screaming, but I never had it break down. And I played on that thing for 5 years, 6 years. Yeah, Alienwares are they're good systems altogether. So when I got permission to do the upgrade, I went back to the Alienware and went whole hog. I realized that, you know, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And like the last one, I invested a good amount in that, and for its time, it was great, and it lasted a long time. Well, the one I'm on now, it's got to last a long time too. So I put some money into it. So yeah, just get that second job so you can afford a new system. For you, Caruso, I think there's a sticker in your future. Now I'm going to give you some more channel points. I don't think you have nearly enough. You haven't been here enough. I'm tempted to go over to my merchandise store to see if the guys already bought stuff, or are they just saying, "Hey, welcome back," or are they just saying that they're going to do it in the future? Because for every item I sell in that store, $2 right here. That's right. Spend 40, I get 2. But I'm planning on millions of people buying the sweatshirt so I can retire. This has been one of the weirdest and coolest experiences. I was telling Chat, was it yesterday? I think it was last night. This has been such a great experience for me because being in I don't know, exile, so to speak. We're not allowed to interact with a whole lot of people face to face. You start to get kind of depressed. It's like living where it rains all the time. For a while you're like, oh, this is great, I love it. And then after a couple months, you're like, dude, is it ever going to stop raining? And then, 9 months later, you're like, all right, I'm done. I'm done with the rain. And that's how it's been kind of, with this, especially with my students, not being around them has been detrimental to my mental health. And so being able to connect with students like Caruso and even, Madeline and Anna are not my students, but they're student age, and that's the age group I connect with. I get them a little bit more than I get people my age. The people my age, I don't understand. I have a hard time having a logical conversation with 50-year-olds. It's a very difficult thing for me. But high schoolers, I think we're on the same wavelength, and maybe it's the same IQ. I don't know, same. So I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, can you imagine? See, this is why I enjoy this. You guys are just good for not just the self-esteem, but the mental health. Yeah. So I'm so happy and thankful that you guys are a part of this, because it makes me want to come right back on the next day. But truth be told, I am married, and I do have to talk to my wife and make sure she's okay with this. And so far, she has been super supportive. But I also know that if I'm online, last time I was on, 5 hours. 5 hours. I have never streamed more than 3, maybe. 5 hours. And it flew by. I mean, it just flew by. Because we had a great time, and we were really enjoying each other's company and chatting, playing World of Warcraft, and it was a blast. And I remember logging off, and I was jazzed. I still had energy. I stayed up and watched part of a movie with my wife, and then started to fade off, and thought, all right, time for bed. Yeah. Honestly, I have to go back and look. A lot of them are. But I do have a smattering of people that found me through, Twitch. But yeah, for the most part, it's a lot of younger folks. And I know it's going to morph because, I love high school students. You guys are fantastic. But you give it a month and you're going to find something new, something else, something that's going to grab your attention. And I totally understand that. I couldn't blame you for that. I mean, why would you want to sit and listen to a 50-year-old man talk about video games for? But no, I'm sure that my followers will morph as I go through it. In fact, at this very moment, I am streaming on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube all at the same time. So yeah, YouTube was actually the first thing I did. I was following a couple of guys who were doing YouTube videos for a game that I play, Raid Shadow Legends. And after watching them for a while and seeing how they went about it, I thought, well, I think I can do this. And so I made some videos. In fact, I think I'm at 15 videos now on YouTube. It's not a ton. I kind of, strayed a little bit away from it when I started streaming. But yeah, my Gaming for Old Timers was a YouTube channel first. And just today, I discovered that I can multi-stream. And so I went about the process of, learning how to get all three going at the same time. And so far, I think it's working. Yeah. That was that thing I had to invest in. It was only $19 a month. Only 19. I could get the full year for 150 or so, but I didn't want to invest that. So for me, only 19 means rather than the 150. So I'm going to try it for a month, but part of that package was that it gave you the technology to stream to all three platforms. And I already had the YouTube and Facebook. I've had, forever. So, and I have a lot of former students on Facebook and a lot of family and friends that I haven't seen in forever. So yeah, it's making a difference so far. I think tonight we saw quite a few more people than we have normally, but I'll know once I log off and get a chance to check the statistics to see. But yeah, I think it's been more busy. Now, I can't remember, you may have mentioned this, but do you stream as well? Or do you do Facebook videos? Not Facebook videos, YouTube videos, sorry. Wow. Your city's just doesn't have the infrastructure, huh? Oh, funny. I'm going to see what's going on with Warcraft real fast. Ooh, a podcast. What was the subject matter? Okay, nice. Yeah, I toyed with the idea of doing a podcast early on, but honestly, I just didn't. I didn't think there was a venue for me. I mean, I was going to do something similar, talk about video games, talk about acting, giving acting advice and things like that. But I just thought, it's a saturated market, and am I really going to hold an audience's attention for something like that? So, yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't go that route. I'm enjoying this, I think, more, because the podcast is more top down. You're not really interacting with anyone. You're just, telling a story, giving some background on something, giving information. But this, I get a chance to, check in with people, and it's kind of cool. All right. Okay. Looks like we found it. All right. I'm going to get me out of the way here. Come on. There we go. So this is my secondary account. So I mentioned that I had one hacked. Yeah, just awful. about, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, the farmers really were doing everything they could to take over accounts and, because they wanted to find ways to make gold and sell it. And so they would hack people's accounts, and they got mine. I just did not have a very good password. Nice. Well, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm just starting on Twitter, just starting on Instagram. I've got a Discord, and these are all things I had never done before. So I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm not very good at keeping up with all of them because there's so much. But yeah, it's something I need to get good at. But yeah, this is, you can see here, Vibro is my highest remaining character. And this one, he's on Silver Hand. But yeah, got a bunch of characters here, and as you can see, I've got a bunch of characters spread out. You're allowed to have 50, I believe. So yeah, this character right here is in honor of my son. His name is Dodge Viper, not my son, the character. But he and a buddy, I let them roll characters and play. And he and his friend both were having a hard time coming up with names. And I said, well, think of something else and name it after that thing. And they're like, well, Dodge Viper. And the other guy, Matt is his name. I think his was like Ford or Dodge Charger or something like that. It was just stupid names. And so in honor of Ian, I made Dodge Viper. And Purdy. Yeah, because, night elves, or they're not night elves, what are they? Drawing a blank. I have not seen the new customization options. Is that something I have to get in shop, or is it... Okay. These characters are not mine. This kind of worries me. Huh. Alright. Let me try making a new character. Oh my goodness. What? This is insane. The difference is massive. Holy cow. Okay, so you can... Wow. The Magar you can... Oh my goodness. This is very cool. Alright, I might have to try this. Okay, they're allowing you to do the class trial. That's very cool. The orcs are crazy now. Oh! Wow, they're really going for it, aren't they? That is too cool. How would my warlock look? Four. Wow. Orc monk. Wow. I'm impressed, I think. It's definitely a new and interesting look. Huh. Alright. So maybe my next stream, I'll be able to advertise it as Old Man plays new version of Warcraft and is overwhelmed or something. I don't know, but... Huh. Volpera, what? See, this is a race that just... I guess is that with the new expansion today, or is that one been there for a while? Nice. I like the fact that they're going for it with the guns. Oh, this is fantastic. All right. Well, shoot. I was hoping I wouldn't get sucked into retail WoW, but I might have to give it a try for a while, just for a bit. Not very long. All right, doggone it. So it was the last one. So it's actually been this way for a long time. Okay, so it tells you how long I've been away from the game. I was there for the release of Battle for Azeroth. I have characters, helping the Zandalari, or the trolls on the island and the great big pyramid. Done a lot of quests up there, but I don't remember anything that looked like this. This is insane. Oh, nice. Huh. You're just going to try and make me roll a new character, aren't you? Alright, skin color. Oh. Oh, nice. So much faster and easier than scrolling through all of the different options. Nice. Oh yeah. Love it. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I don't remember the Volpera at all. That's funny. Gotta do the twin braids. Full sideburns. And yeah, I gotta go for those scars. That's just impressive. Alright, what kind of tusks we got here? Gold root, broken, iron band. Oh, I'm gonna go au natural. Eek! Naked! More paint. Oh yeah, he looks better without that, so that way we can see the scar on his face. Hulk smash! Love it. Alright, let's see if I can do a can on this server. Yeah, caps lock is your friend. Oh, and whoa, okay, this is this is where I've done all of my leveling up forever and ever. Oh my god. You already have the maximum number of characters allowed on this account. You see? This is what I'm up against. Oh, I gotta delete some dudes. Like Belch's Fatia. It looks like he's got some gear. Yeah, okay, no wonder his name. Wow. Alright, I'm just gonna delete these. I wonder if someone found a way to get onto this account, and because I don't recognize these characters at all. Rocky looks cool though. Or Rock You. Oh, that's like, okay, tutorial area for the new, for the expansion, or like to teach you how to play World of Warcraft. Oh yeah, I didn't even check the females. See, so much more imposing now. Holy cow. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. I think the changes that they made to the female characters, yeah, that one's not quite as menacing. That's more cartoony. Yeah, same there. But yeah, the Tauren, that's a great look. All right. Orc Hunter, because that's what I do. I'm gonna customize him after I name him. There we go. Yeah, the differences in face is pretty minor. All right, gotta go Mohawk. And that hair color, that's just, yeah. Twin braids. Thick. Do I want to try that? I don't know. Okay, for new players. All right. May your blades never dull. Alright. We're just going to test this out. Alright, I'm not going to stay up all night playing retail. Not going to do it.
The Great Cataclysm has shattered more than just the world. War Chief Thrall, arguably the most powerful living shaman, has left his people behind so that he might stop the cataclysm at its source. Yet, in his absence, the Orc champion Garrosh Hellscream has become the Horde's new war chief. Though popular amongst the Orcs for his victories against the Lich King, Garrosh's reckless leadership has begun to cause a rift between himself and the other leaders of the Horde. With Durotar's natural resources nearly depleted, Garrosh seeks to take whatever his people need to survive, regardless of who stands in his way. A dangerous new era for the Horde has dawned, and it falls to brave orcs like you to uphold the will of the new war chief and assure the dominance of your people.
Now that's cool, mainly because it sounds almost exactly like the original actor who did the intro 14, 15 years ago. So that's cool. All right.
For the Horde.
Quests are not changed a whole lot here at the beginning. Go kill us some bears. Alright, so all these nameplates, I thought I just turned it off, but I guess not. So you can see the difference in just in this starting area, right? I got labels on everyone, and as soon as I got the quest, this whole area lit up on my map, telling me where to go. Gave me a little diamond there, so I knew, how far I needed to go in that direction. There's a lot of, kind of a rude term, but hand-holding. This is, okay, here you go. This is how you do it. Now, if it continues, if it's that way, excuse me, all the way through the game, that could be a bit of an issue. Now the other thing is, I can shoot my bow point blank. And that's something that just couldn't do in vanilla. Again, not to slight this game at all. It's a different game entirely. There are going to be some definite benefits and some definite drawbacks. Oh yeah, and the other thing is, if you loot one, it loots everything in the area that you've killed. It streamlines it so much. I'd forgotten that was a thing. So yeah, I'll have to go through all the options. Doggone it, Doc. I can't believe you made me do this. This is all your fault. Yeah, this is new. This wasn't here, or at least not recently, I don't think. They've changed the animation for the running. That's kind of cool. But yeah, it's really smooth. So you can tell that they've optimized this for, the newer computers. The vanilla WoW, the classic that I was playing, even though the graphics are much more basic, it's not nearly as smooth. Alright, I'm just going to finish this one quest. That's it, alright? Just one. Isn't that how addicts always do their explaining away of what they're doing? Gotta turn on my auto loot. It's the one thing they haven't made as a standard thing, but that's alright. Zug. And see that? It automatically gives you the next level spell to put it in your bar for you. I probably went through 2 levels at least, with the wrong spells, the wrong level of the same spell on my action bar here. Yeah. So yeah. In this way, it's very nice. It's very helpful.
For the Horde.
All right. Doggone it. You're going to pay for this, Doc, just so you know. Somehow, some way. There's a mailbox here? Are you kidding me? A mailbox here. So what's going to happen? Just so you know. A character with all kinds of stuff is going to send stuff to a brand new character. That character is going to have it instantly, because you don't have to wait an hour like you did with vanilla. Money, bags are such a huge deal. Heirloom gear, I guess you can just make that anyway. Can I do that here? Let's remember how to do heirloom gear. Yep, I can still do my heirloom gear, even though I don't have a character on this server that's high enough to do heirlooms. But yeah. So, that one character on one server who had tons of money bought all kinds of stuff, at least the stuff he could afford. So this level 2 dude, he can equip himself with some of the best stuff in the game for its level. So that's kind of cool, but I feel like I'd be cheating if I could do that. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it. What is level locked? Me being able to play this. I mean, I own retail, but I just don't own. Oh, okay. Yes, definitely. Yeah. Usually, I think it's in the mid 50s or so, at least for the original 0 to 100 leveling system. So it's probably up to the late 30s, maybe now. I don't know. Probably less. But yeah, I'm already level 2 and I can only go up to level 50 now. Phew, it's gonna fly by. Oh, okay. All right.
I will have a target. I need a target.
Dude, I totally one-shot him. And I'm not using heirloom gear. That's right. Hunter's OP. Oh, this guy's gonna be tough, huh? Wow. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna have to check out some of the other race class combinations and waste more of my life. Although if this isn't wasting it, right? This is taking full advantage of the gloriousness of the world of Warcraft. The fact that they're still finding ways to, you know, surprise me and impress me that's kind of cool. You know, I was pretty happy being able to do, you know, vanilla stuff, and I was okay with that, but now there's more stuff. The hard part for me was, especially in the last couple of expansions, there was so much to do, especially with garrisons. And I think you and I talked about this before. Tauren Druid or an Orc Shaman. Okay, that's a good idea.
What do you need?
Dude, I'm just flying. I'm out of control. But yeah, it became you know, log in for 2 hours just to do your dailies, and I wasn't taking part in anything else. And you know, I'm okay doing solo stuff. I actually really enjoy the solo stuff, but that's all it was. So I just kind of got fed up with that. And so they brought him in. Normally he's over there. But I'm gonna go wake that turd up over there. Good. I think that's good because, you know, the clientele has aged, right? So now the kids that were born when the game first came out, they're of age. They're ready to play a new game. And so they're going to have to find ways to, you know, entice them for sure. All right, I'll get you guys here. Dude, imagine when I put on my heirloom gear. I'm going to one-shot bosses all day. I'm kidding. Oh, you're supposed to be asleep. So I'm going to have to balance then between the accounts. But I think this guy is going to level up a lot more quickly than the classic character, so I think. Yeah. A 24-hour stream. Oh my god. Well, the funny thing is, you know, there are requirements for the different levels of income on Twitch. And, you know, getting affiliate was a big deal. I was totally surprised and happy, and I was, you know, that was a cool thing. And I'm thinking, well, that was easy. How hard is it going to be to become a partner now? Nope. I satisfied 3 of those 4 requirements very quickly. But the 4th one is ungodly difficult. At least it is for me so far. You have to average 75 viewers over a 30-day period. Well, you know, I'm averaging 4. I had to average, I think, 7 to get to affiliate, and that was mainly because there were some people that were like totally excited to see me here, and they were really super supportive, and it was great. But you know, they've got lives. They're not like Caruso, who, you know, just has nothing else to do but hang out. But yeah, so getting a partner, which is, you know, that would be the point where I can, you know, think seriously I might make a little bit of money doing this. Not tons, but, you know, kind of like having another part-time job kind of thing. And, you know, with holidays and birthdays and kids in college, every little bit's going to help. Plus, my wife wants to retire. I wouldn't mind retiring eventually. Moises.
Something you're doing?
Moises Martinez.
I can do that.
Is it really? Oh, nice. No, it was an issue because I'm horrible with names. I mean, absolutely
Me not that kind
awful.
of
I can't use that item yet.
And you know, it's an embarrassing problem,
It's too long.
and I really don't like that. That's an issue with me. But yeah. He said it. Oh, Lord. You see, and this is what it's like to be a teacher. My dear, it's time for bed?
It's time for me, yeah. I'm gonna go read, but yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll be in. I discovered a new part of the game. I didn't discover it. It was foisted upon me by one of my viewers.
Nice.
Yeah. So, I'll be in before midnight.
It's alright, it's a short week. Night, baby.
Nice, sweetie. Love you.
Love you too.
Oh, Lord. All right. Lazy peons are done. I need one more scorpion tail. And that'll be done. Sweet. All right, let's turn this in over here. Oh, yeah. Caruso's Mexican, so he plays football. Fine. So, I am interested though. I do want to look at this. They give you a bag. They give you a bag. I'm insulted. Getting a bag. I'm level 3. What's up, Heimstra? Dude, I am at 3 hours and 54 minutes this time. Yesterday, it was 5 hours and 15 minutes. Something insane like that. See, that's what I mean. I know how you guys think, and I know I have a pretty good idea what's going through your heads. Not all the time, but often enough to be kind of embarrassing. Disengaged. All right. Yeah. Last week at some point, I went over 30 hours, over 40 hours in a 30-day period. And that was a new achievement. And I hadn't had an achievement in like a month and a half. And so when I hit that, I was like, yes! And then, but yeah, so now I don't know. I don't feel like, this isn't work to me. You know, this is, I get to play games and I get to chat. God, they even put the bag in the right slot for you. This game is cheating. Oh, Lord. See, and look at all these people, all these vendors. This is, I can't even. I know. It's to get the new folks started quickly, teaching the game, get them out, get them doing the serious stuff. I get it. Oh, that's right. I can wear mail already. Yes, I'm throwing more shade. All right. That's the same. That's an improvement. I gotta increase the size of this game here. I'm obviously too blind. I don't know why I'm equipping this stuff. I could go solo Anixia right now and have no problem with it. Yeah. I don't know. Good is such a hard word. It's it really does depend on who you are. I really enjoy the grind. I like spending an hour and a half in this little area. I've done it 1,000 times. But every time I do it, there's something new that happens. There's something, a new wrinkle, or you know, there's a different kind of challenge. And so for me, vanilla is going to hold that edge. This is fun. And this is the graphics are fresh, and you know the mechanics are definitely. I don't. I mean, having a bag already, that's insane. How much is 1,000? Yeah. Now you're thinking nonsense. 1,000 would be 100 hundreds? Is that right? I'm no mathematician. Ooh, I actually took damage. What? Monsters OP. Well, shoot, now I want to go back to character creation and just make a bunch of new characters just to see what they look like. Oh, good. As an English teacher, I always surprise people with my mathematical prowess. Actually, one of my favorite moments as a substitute, I covered someone else while they were gone. Can't remember the teacher's name. He's no longer with us, but he was a math teacher, and you know he was an okay math teacher. Well, he was out one day, and so I covered his class on my prep, and it just so happened that it was for a class that I was really comfortable with, Algebra 1, right? Anything above Algebra 1 is a bit much for me, but Algebra 1, I got it. And so I opened up the book to show them what page their assignment was, and I put a sample on the board, and I was looking at it, I'm like, I know how to do this. I think I can do this. And so I started working on it, and I did it. And I was able to explain how I did it. And the students are like, what? What the hell just happened? I went up a level and I gained aspects of the cheetah, beast lore, tame beast, revive pet, all of this. Oh my God. Oh, Lord. That is too funny. Oh. I was not expecting that. Sorry, but yeah, the students were like, "Dude, can you be our teacher?" Because they understood it the way I was able to teach it. I wasn't teaching them with the Common Core method, which I still don't know how it's ever been allowed, but I've got Cheetah. Ha! I can run fast. Oh, it's a different version of Cheetah. It's kind of like the Rogue Dash. Yeah, all pet stuff, but that's cool. I mean, but it took me a surprise that they all hit at once. Yeah. Well, I'm the bookkeeper for our household. So I balance the checkbook, I do all the banking and pay the bills. It's kind of, I enjoy that challenge, and it's kind of at that level for me.
What do you need? For
That it's kind of, it's my wheelhouse. I feel very confident with that. I was able to kind of pull this family out of some serious debt. I mean, not too long ago, we were in some serious debt, but we made it. We moved. We sold a car. We got rid of one of our kids. Oh, sorry, Heimstra, are you still there? But yeah, I enjoy it. I've got spreadsheets, right? What kind of nerd has spreadsheets? But that's how I do our budget. I was able to figure out, I taught myself how to do this too. I figured out the formulas to, put into each cell so that they would keep track of the cells before them, and, do all the math on those so I'd only have to plug the numbers in, and yeah. Love you though. Yeah, we're still paying for Heimstra in more ways than one. Yeah, my wife had to go to the doctor just last month or a month and a half ago, and it was a pretty serious deal. She had to go by ambulance. And we have good insurance as teachers, but it didn't cover everything. So we got the bill, and yeah, it was a surprise because I thought they were going to cover more of it than they did, but yeah, it was steep. The total bill was like $77,000 all told with the ambulance and the hospital stay. And this is for pancreas? I can't remember exactly what it was, but, needed to be done. It was an emergency. And they covered, I think, 85% of it. So that left a good chunk. And so paying for it was a necessity, but painful. Now it's behind us. We can rest a little bit easier. All right, what else? Oh, I gotta get him. See, these are normally two different trips into this dungeon, but they combined it. And the fact that these guys are not aggro. Huh. Normally he's right here. Where'd he go? Oh, that's right. He's there now. All right, the first real challenge. Here we go. But the thing is, with a big bill like that, I put us into a position over years of work by eliminating certain types of debt. And I call it snowballing, where you take care of a small bill, and then you use the money that you were using to pay that small bill and pay the next smallest bill. And you snowball that until eventually all of your money is going towards those big debts, and those big debts disappear a lot more quickly that way. So, you know, there's a lot of paying the minimum amount for years on certain things. It's like our mortgage right now. We're paying the minimum. We're paying exactly what's due, and knowing that if we keep that up, it'll be another 28 years until we're paid off, because we just moved here. But, you know, if things go well and I can, you know, pay off a couple of other bills, maybe we'll pay an extra $100 a month. Well, that's $1,200 a year. That's half of our mortgage. So we'll have made an extra half of a month's payment over the course of a year. It doesn't sound like much, but you do that for 10 years, 15 years. Next thing you know, you are knocking on the door of paying off your mortgage. So that's how I did that. But I did that with a lot of smaller bills, credit card mainly. When I was going to school, I wasn't able to work. Then I got sick and missed some work, and you know there were a lot of things that came up that kept us. Did I forget something? Son of a nutcracker! See, you got me talking, and I forgot to get the pick. Yeah, American health care is ridiculous. Really good, top-notch, quality care for sure, but yeah, the insurance system is not a system I would enforce on anybody. But yeah, so long story short, I was able to pay off that doctor's bill or the hospital bill. It's going to take us 2 months to recover, but we're going to recover. You know, we're coming into Christmas, so it might take us 2.5 months. But I know we can, and that's kind of the joy of, you know, I spend a lot of time dealing with our money, and that's, you know, I'm going to take credit for that. That's really paid off, no pun intended. But it's made a big difference in our status now. Oh. Ouch. That sounds awful. Yeah. I've sprained things. I'll have to tell you this story. Not today because it's a story. But yeah, it was this one with my left hand. I suffered a pretty gruesome injury to my left thumb playing soccer of all things. But yeah, that's a fun story. I'll tell you that one next time I'm on. But my dad, speaking of bees, it turns out that my dad is allergic to bees. Well, he didn't realize he was allergic to bees until like 2 months ago, and he got stung, and all of a sudden he got really sick. And so now I'm worried. I've been stung once when I was a kid, and it hurt like hell. My foot got all swollen, and I was not feeling well, so I'm wondering if maybe I might be allergic to bees as well. Who knows? There's Chunk. How's it going, bud? Punched in the nose. Dude. Who punched you, dude? Is it someone that you still had to go to school with for years and years? Oh my God. Dislocate your knee? That's insane. Yeah, I've had some pretty harrowing injuries. Doc, were you here for the story about how I fell from the balcony? Because that's a doozy. Check this out. I've already got feigned death. Whatever. All right. Go and speak with Master Gadrin. Well, of all of my stories, that's actually the longest story. In fact, I would tell my classes, if we finish a project and we do it ahead of schedule, I say, if we've got a full period where we don't have to do anything, I'm going to tell you this story. And a lot of times that was all it took for them to get their ass to work, and they would focus on getting whatever it was, a paper, whatever project it was, even drama. But they knew that if they got it done, they would have the entire period, and I would tell them that story. Because it takes about 45 to 55 minutes for me to tell the story properly. But yeah, it's a good one. It's a doozy. When I say good one, I don't mean good as enjoyable, because maybe to listen to, but not to experience. It was very painful. Oh, man. Chunky, you've been through the ringer, man. Everything in your right elbow? God. Maybe my stories aren't quite so traumatic now. You guys have some heinous injuries. Heinous, not... yeah, whatever. Wow, look at how different Senjin is. That's right. Senjin has a flight path. I forgot. Oh my god. It's just not fair. Just not fair. And Razor Hill has a flight path as well. I forgot. So, yeah, running. Who needs to run anymore? I'll just fly.
I've been
everywhere.
training Darkspear trolls for generations. I be getting too old for this.
Alright, so I was talking about the troll race not having a home world, and how instead they were, in later expansions, given this this kind of training home base. They still consider, Orgrimmar as just because there's nothing else as far as a home city. It's just because of their partnership with the orcs. But really, this is the newest. This is where trolls will start their life, unless that's changed. What is this? There's stuff upstairs now? I don't remember that. Nice. Canadian basketball. You don't hear that term very often. A warlock trainer, a mage trainer, and a priest trainer. Wow. Sorry. I'm just comparing everything to vanilla WoW. I apologize, but wow. I remember this guy's quests.
Well,
Yeah. His are fun. I think he either turns into a frog himself or he turns somebody else into a frog. And this little fishing hut is actually way down there in vanilla. And there are no boats just hanging out. Oh yeah, I can get a pet now. Let's get ourselves a pet. Boom. Quick and easy, right? Piece of cake. I've got a pet. Yes. Yeah, I'll leave that right there. Move my pet stuff over here. I've got 2 versions of Mend Pet. Come on. Now the way they do Mend Pet here, rather than a channeled spell, it's like a reverse damage over time. You just cast it on them and it heals them over a certain amount of time. Alright, beast lore. Okay. I think we're cleaned up enough here. Ooh, yes. You're right. Raptors rock. And they've got a bunch over there, huh? Is there aggro stuff over here? Well, looks like they changed that as well. Alright. What, I can have 2 pets? What? Wow, I don't think I was able to get a pet until level 8. And it was only 1 pet. Ever. Ever. I mean, you could have one in your stable. Do you mean you can actually have 2 pets out and doing combat? I could get a boar. A wild maned cat. Nice. Alright. Where are my raptors at? I'm sorry you're lagging, dude. Probably because I'm talking so much smack about the retail version of the game. So yeah, I'll take the blame for that. Alright, maybe it's out on that other island. Yeah, I do have to test this out because, oh, wait, maybe over here? There we go. Let's see if I can tame this guy. He's level 5, yeah, I should be able to do that. Oh. Okay, yeah, can only tame one at a time. At least at this level. Hey, Nightcop, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. You can hear me or you can't? Oh, Boys in the Hood. Don't get me started on that one. Oh, good. Yeah, that's one of those movies that was supposed to be like, you know, I don't know, some amazing event and launched careers and all that. It's just not a good film. The subject matter, yeah, okay. There's some really cool emotional aspects to that and some social justice aspects to that, but the acting is bad. The editing is horrible. Man, I've become a crotchety old man. What is the deal with me? I gotta stop. Yeah. I'm also, when it comes to, you know, acting and things like that, I'm pretty critical. And I try to keep it to myself because I know that I don't want to spoil something that is meaningful to somebody else by saying, oh yeah, that's trash. That would not be good. All right. I'm gonna see if I can. I had a hotkey for my pet to send him into attack before. Let's see if he does it. Yeah. Totally different world. I don't need the hotkey. The pet does that automatically. Cray cray. All right, well, I hate to leave mid-quest, but I do need to go home. Go to bed. I do have to get up for work tomorrow. I also have to get up and go for a walk before work, so I really do need to call it an evening. But this was fun. This was a lot more than I thought it was going to be. This is cool. So I've got a hunter trainer over here now. There's just so much stuff. All right. So, guys, thank you so much for joining me tonight. And if you're just joining for the first time, thank you. Thank you. If you're coming back and you've been here many times, again, I thank you. It really does mean a lot to me that you're here. I do have a schedule set up, and I'm trying to build on that, so it's kind of a baseline. But just know that Monday, Thursday, and Monday, Thursday, Saturday at 7 o'clock Pacific, I'm on for sure. This Thursday, obviously not. So I'm going to supplement it with some stuff on Wednesday and Friday. But keep an eye out for me. I'm going to try and get on Facebook and YouTube as well as Twitch. And get as many people as possible. So thank you so much for joining me. And I look forward to hanging out with you again next time. Good night. Goodbye. Sleep well. I gotta figure out how to turn this thing off. It's a different button. That's why I'll figure.